In this comprehensive React course, you will learn everything you need to know about React by building an e-commerce website. Harsha is an experienced developer and a popular instructor.
Hello guys, my name is Harsha Vardhan. I am famous Udemy instructor, mentor, team leader, and also worked as senior developer on various front-end and back-end technologies. Welcome to the course of React for Beginners. Let us see what kind of project we are going to build in this course. This application is a smaller demo application for practicing various concepts of React. In this course, we are going to build the React application using class components. In React, you can create components, that means pages, in two ways, either with class components or functional components. In this course, we are going to use the class components, but in my full Udemy course, we are going to build the application with functional components. For React beginners, it is really recommended to learn the React class components first before trying to understand the functional components. Because in class components, you will really understand how does the rendering process works. How can you share the data from one component to another component? And how do you intermingle the design logic and programming logic? Once you are clear with the class components, then you will try to understand the functional components. So exactly in this course, we are going to build this basic application on React using class components. Let us see what kind of pages we are going to build. At first, as you can see, there is a login form. Once after you enter the email and password values, if it is successful login, you can see the simple dashboard design. And this is the customers page, where you will learn about various rendering techniques, such as rendering the buttons, rendering the images, conditional formatting, etc. And also this is the shopping cart page, where you can increase or decrease the quantity of the product, and also buy now in order to proceed for the payment. That's all. These are the pages we are going to build. So what are the prerequisites to learn this course? You require to know the basics of HTML, CSS, and general concepts on Bootstrap, such as buttons, navigation bar, etc. But in this basic application, we are going to learn various concepts of React. You will learn how do you render the lists, how do you render the methods, images and CSS styles, how can you communicate between the parent to child components, and lifecycle methods such as component did mount, etc. And also how do you create the forms along with the text boxes, etc. And also two-way binding. And then how do you interact with the REST API servers by making HTTP requests, and also basic routing in order to create the page navigation. So by end of this course, you will be able to know what are the various concepts in React and how do you build the basic applications in React. So what is React? React is the JavaScript library to build dynamic and interactive user interfaces that executes faster. So like I said, React is a JavaScript library. It is not a framework. So what makes a difference between the framework and library? A framework provides the complete solution for creating the front-end applications. But when you talk about React, being it as a library, it is the lightweight. It provides the support for building only Vue, that means only the user interfaces for your application. But it is not necessarily a drawback. It provides proper mechanism to build user interfaces and to make them interactive with the user. That means you can accept inputs from the user and also provide dynamic information to the user. That's how the real-world applications work. For example, you take Facebook. It provides all the posts in the feed page and also lets the user to create their own posts. So this kind of user interactions can be created by using React. React was developed by Facebook in 2011 and it is mainly used for development of single-page applications. So what is a single-page application? A single-page application is an application that renders small pieces of user interface and make the complete application. In React, you can actually build reusable UI components. Each component is the representation of a meaningful page in your user interface. For example, in a modern application, you have a navigation bar and the sidebar as well as the page content. Here, each of these can be represented as a piece of UI and those are represented as components in the code. And these components are by default reusable. That means you can display the navigation bar wherever required in the application. That means, for example, if you create a navbar as a UI component, you can reuse the same navbar in multiple pages wherever required in your big application. So by default, UI components are reusable pieces which consists of the design logic as well as the programming logic. Here, the design logic is written in the form of HTML and the programming logic is written in the form of JavaScript. And by default, these components are arranged in hierarchy that is called virtual DOM. So a virtual DOM is the hierarchy of the components which imitate the real DOM of the browser. When you update any changes in the virtual DOM, React internally compares the virtual DOM and real DOM, and only the changes made in the virtual DOM will be updated into the real DOM, and the same appears on the browser. We will understand more about components and virtual DOM in the next lecture. But how to create the components? React supports a new syntax called JSX, which stands for JavaScript with XML. That means the developer can actually use all the concepts of JavaScript along with XML within the same program. Here, the HTML tags are written in the form of XML. That means here HTML is being case sensitive and every tag should have opening and closing or they must be self-closed. These are the features of React. What makes it exciting about React is that React is the most popular front-end library or framework which is very competitive to the other frameworks such as Angular or Vue.js. But often React is compared with Angular. So you might have a question such that, what is the difference between Angular and React? Well, Angular is the framework, but React is the UI library. So React, being as a UI library, it provides sophisticated solution to make the UI interactive and dynamic. But Angular provides much more beyond this. In addition to UI, Angular provides necessary features to create routing and make REST API calls in Angular applications. So Angular provides much more beyond React.js because React sticks to only Vue. It is not necessarily a drawback, but you can actually extend, that means use third-party tools in React in order to use the features such as routing or making REST API calls. Angular forces us to build only single-page applications. Suppose if you want multi-page applications in your project, it is very difficult or sometimes becomes impossible in case of Angular. But React can be used for either single-page or multi-page applications. So before development of your application, you need not worry whether it is a single-page application or multi-page application. Eventually, in the middle of the development also, You can convert the single-page application into multi-page application by creating multiple HTML files in React. But the same can be most problematic in case of Angular. Angular directly operates based on real browser DOM. That means when you update a value of a property in Angular, the same will be directly reflected in the real DOM rather than first updating in the virtual DOM. But in case of React, it directly works based on virtual DOM, and every time when you make any updates in the virtual DOM, for example, if you modify any property value in virtual DOM, it actually compares the virtual DOM and real browser DOM and updates the real DOM only for the specific change, instead of overwriting the complete DOM. So this makes React applications work faster. I will talk about components and virtual DOM in the next lecture. And another difference between Angular and React is Angular by default supports two-way binding. That means it can actually read inputs from the user and also provides state data to the user. But when it comes to React, it by default supports only one-way binding. It officially doesn't support two-way binding. It actually can render state to the user, but cannot read the inputs from the user. But however, developer can manually read the values of the text boxes and update the same in the state. In that way, it can become two-way binding. Anyways, we will demonstrate the binding in the further sections. So these are all the differences between Angular and React. This is a good time to learn React, and necessarily you need not know Angular because we will actually demonstrate all the concepts of React, so you don't require any prior knowledge of Angular to understand React. In case if you are not much familiar about ECMAScript 6, don't worry. As a part of the progress, we will understand various concepts of ECMAScript whenever we actually use them in the code. So let's get started with React, and in the next lecture we will understand what is a component actually and how the component hierarchy is formed internally. And after that, we will really start creating the React application to make our hands dirty. Let us learn what is a component and how they work based on virtual DOM. In React, a component is a piece of UI that contains the design logic and programming logic. The goal of the component is to read data from a JavaScript object and render the same to the user. So it contains the design logic in the form of HTML. It may include with any HTML tags such as div or h1 or table, etc. And it may include with the JavaScript code to make the UI be interactive with the user. By default, every application should contain a root level component that is called app component. Eventually, this app component may have children. For example, in the real-world application, we have various sections such as navbar, side menu, and page content, and those are represented as child components. And by default, these components are reusable. That means you can really use the same navbar in a different page or in a different application wherever required. Because it is individual, sophisticated, and isolated component. It is self-sufficient enough to have the data in the form of state and project or render the information to the user. And each component can have children. For example, the side menu has menu item and page content may have grid or sign up page. And of course, these components also be reusable. So as you keep on nesting the components, the component hierarchy will be formed where the app is the ultimate root or parent level component. You can invoke the child component in the parent component by invoking its name. And this hierarchy structure of components is called as component hierarchy. And in this component hierarchy, the data can be shared among the components, but only from parent to child, but not from child to parent. How will you create a component? By definition, component is a class and it contains some state, that is the data that you want to render to the user. So what data that you want to render to the user? All that data will be stored in the form of a JavaScript object, and that object is called as a state. For example, in a food ordering application, you wish to display the food item name and price. So you will have that item name and price in the form of an object, and that is called as a state. Next, it contains a method called render method. This method tells React how the state should be rendered to the user. The render method actually returns a React element. It contains the actual HTML tags defining how the data should be rendered to the user. A React element is a simple JavaScript object that represents a piece of UI, much like a DOM element in JavaScript. But the difference is, React element is called as virtual DOM, and actual DOM element is the real DOM. A virtual DOM or React element is the dummy representation of real browser DOM. But making the changes to virtual DOM is super easy and lightweight. When you compare to real DOM, virtual DOM occupies very less amount of memory and updates are faster in virtual DOM. When you make any real changes in the state of the component, React automatically compares the virtual DOM and real DOM and updates only the specific changes in the real DOM instead of re-rendering the complete real DOM. For example, in a component, we have 4 text boxes and we have updated the state of the first text box only. If so, React updates only the specific text box value in the real DOM instead of re-rendering all the 4 text box values. This makes React work faster than expected. So what you can understand from this lecture is, a virtual DOM is a simple JavaScript object that reflects the real DOM, and every time when you update the virtual DOM, the changes will be automatically affected in the real DOM by React internally. But it never overwrites the complete DOM at any point of time. So making updates in the state is super easy and simple as well as lightweight in case of React. This is how the React actually works. But this is all theoretical. But how will you really get started with React by creating a new application? That's what we will do in the next lecture. We are going to build a simple web application in React in the next lecture. Let's get your hands dirty by creating first application in React. At first, we need to set up the environment which are necessary for creating React application. First, you need to install Node.js. So you may wonder why we require Node.js. This is not the actual Node.js course. This is the React course. The reason why we install Node.js is that for working with the package manager called npm, that is Node.js Package Manager, it has plenty of packages and you require a package called Create React App, which is shipped through NPM. Not only that, we need additional packages such as Babel and Webpack that are shipped through NPM. And this NPM is a part of Node.js. So that is the reason why we require Node.js for working with React. In addition to this, for execution of React application also, you require a lightweight development server, and internally that server is built based on Node.js. So that is the reason you need Node.js for working with React. So you can actually download and install either current or LTS version, but I prefer using LTS because the current libraries of React will already be updated with the LTS version rather than the current or latest version of Node.js. So prefer using LTS, and you will get a file like this, and run the file, and it's a simple wizard to install Node.js. And you can complete this simple wizard by clicking on Next, Next, and Finish. And after completion of installation of Node.js, you require to install the code editor, that is Visual Studio Code. It is open source, lightweight, and free to use. So go to code.visualstudio.com and click on Download for Windows. And run this setup file. It installs Visual Studio Code for you. So after installing Visual Studio Code, open the command prompt window by typing cmd. Alternatively, you can also use Node.js command prompt from the Start menu. After installing Visual Studio Code, this is the time for installing a package called Create React App, which helps us to create the React applications easily. In order to do so, open the command prompt or terminal on your machine and use the command npm install create react app-g. That means, hey npm, that is Node.js package manager, install a package called create react app and install it globally. That means this package must be available globally on any folder in the same machine, so that you will be able to create and run the React applications from any folder on your machine. So run the command npm install create react app-g. It downloads the package and installs the same on your local machine. And after installing this package, this is the time for creating a new React application. But before that, let us create a new folder to place our React applications. I am trying to create a new folder by using md command. That means make directory and specify the path of the new folder. That is, for example, C:\React. With this name, a new folder will be created, and you need to locate the same folder by using cd followed by the folder name, that is C:\React. So make sure you are in the correct folder, that is C:\React in this case. And now you need to use the command called create react app in order to make a React application. So create react app space application name. The application name can be anything but should not contain capital letters. For example, I am giving the name My First App. You can use hyphens for separation of words, but uppercase letters are not recommended. So run the command create react app space and provide your application name. So this command creates the React application and automatically set up the necessary development server, Babel, and Webpack. The development server helps us to execute React applications after compilation. And a Webpack package helps us to bundle the files. And the Babel package helps us to compile the JavaScript files from JSX files into regular plain JavaScript files. So those compiled JavaScript files can be really executed on the browser. And after creating the React application, you can use either of these commands like npm start, npm run, npm test, etc. But for time being, you require one command called npm start in order to compile and execute the React application. So first switch to the application folder, that is cd c:\react my first application. So make sure you're in the correct folder, that is my first application, and run the command npm start. This will automatically compile and execute the React application in the default browser. In case if you want to change the default browser, you can use the Windows settings and go to apps. This is the cool default output from React application. But how does it work? Let's edit the source code by using Visual Studio Code now. In order to get started with, go to Start and look at Visual Studio Code and go to File menu, Open Folder, and select the appropriate folder, that is c:\react my first application folder, and click on Select Folder. And in this folder, you can see something called Public and src. In the public folder, you can see index.html. This will be the starting point of your React application. So it contains the typical HTML syntax. And it imports the icon and contains the basic meta tag. And of course, these meta tags are optional. And if you scroll down, you can see something called no script. This message will appear when JavaScript is not enabled on the browser. Because to execute React application, it is necessary that user must enable JavaScript. But of course, JavaScript is enabled by default in all the user machines in all the modern browsers. And we have a tag called div tag with id equal to root. This div tag is the placeholder where the actual React output will be rendered at runtime. And after that, there is nothing much, just closing of body and HTML. And now coming to the src folder, you have something called index.js, which has a statement called React DOM.render, and which eventually invokes app. That means it renders the app component in the root element, which is already present in the index.html file. So where is the definition of the app component? Go to app.js file in the src folder. There you can see something called app, and it has a div tag that renders all the relevant output that we have seen in the browser. For example, this rotating icon is the img tag which is written here. And after that, you can see some hyperlink, for example, learn React, which appears here. And you can make any changes in the app.js, but in the next lecture, we will try to learn how to build a React application from the scratch. Then you will understand how these files are working internally. Now let's try to make some changes in the app.js file to bring some output in the browser. In order to do so, let me arrange the browser and VS Code side by side. So this is the code of the app.js file that comes up automatically at the time of creating the application. So it has a function called app, in which we are trying to return a div tag which contains some content. So let me remove this particular div tag and save the changes and return something here. For example, a div with hello. The moment once we make the changes and save the file, automatically the page refresh in the browser. So as you can see, it shows hello as the default output. You can use the Ctrl+ button in order to increase the zoom. As of now, the zoom is 140. We can use Ctrl+ to increase the zoom, and we can use Ctrl- to decrease the zoom. So whatever the HTML tag that you written in this particular function will be printed as it is in the browser. This is the default code setup. I recommend some preferences. Go to File menu, Preferences, Settings, and go to Text Editor, and then Formatting, and check the checkbox Format on Save. So because of this checkbox, as soon as you save the file, automatically the code will be formatted. That means the code will be properly maintained with proper indentation. And optionally, I recommend an extension called Prettier. So go to Extensions, that means the fifth icon on the top left corner. Then search for Prettier and install this code formatter called Prettier. And then after that, come back to the app.js file. Press Alt-Shift-F in order to format the file, or press Ctrl+S to save the file. In this case, as soon as you save the file, automatically the file will be formatted. For example, if you give unnecessary spaces here and not maintain proper indentation like this, and upon saving the changes, the code will be automatically formatted. And also you make sure you add default formatter in the preferences. To do so, go to File menu, Preferences, and then again Settings. Go to Open Settings JSON, and then at last, make sure you set up the Prettier as the default formatter for both JavaScript and also for JSX files. Okay, let's close these preferences. Now let's try to build the same application from the scratch without using any predefined files. So let me select all the files of the src folder and delete them. Now the src folder is empty, but all the files of the public folder exist as it is. And mainly, we have the index.html file, and the React compiler expects a file called index.js in the src folder. So let us create the index.js file in the src folder. So right click on src folder, new file. File name is index.js. So this is the index.js file in the src folder. In this, we are trying to create an element, and I wish to render the same into the React DOM. In order to create an element, we are writing var element is equal to some HTML tag, for example, div hello world. So, as we have set the default formatter in VS Code, as soon as you make the changes, automatically the file will be formatted. So you need not format the code manually every time. Now you can see an error called React must be in scope when using JSX, which means that this particular tag will be converted into React.createElement by using a JavaScript compiler called Babel. So Babel is a JavaScript compiler that converts the JSX syntax into regular JavaScript. To demonstrate Babel, go to babeljs.io and click on Try It Out. So once you click on Try It Out, we are just writing some HTML tag, for example, p-hi. The same will be automatically converted as react.createElement, and the name of the tag here is p, and the argument for the attributes is null. That means it has no arguments, and the content of the element is hi. Like this, whenever you write HTML code as XML syntax, automatically Babel will convert the same into react.createElement. This is also called as React element. This particular React element will be a part of the virtual DOM of the React. In the previous lecture, we have understood the virtual DOM. It is the hierarchical structure of the elements that you render on the page. You can notice that in the actual code that you write on the left-hand side, we don't have anything related to React, but once the Babel compiles the same into JavaScript, it has something called as react.createElement. It means that this object called React must be declared or must be imported. In this case, we should import this object from a predefined module called React. And that is the reason, even though we are not using React directly, we must import React from React module. So just above the actual statement, you try writing import React from React module. So we are importing an object called React from a predefined module called React. That means it is importing the object from the module that is present inside the node_modules folder. Okay, we need not worry about the node_modules. These are already installed by npm. Now save the file. Now that errors were clear in the browser console, now this is the time for rendering the same into the React DOM. In order to render the React element into the React DOM, we require something called as import React DOM from the module called React-DOM. Always the right-hand side one is the module name and the left-hand side one is the default import of the particular module. So we are importing an object called React DOM from the module called React-DOM, and make sure you write the correct casing, that is R must be uppercase and DOM should be the uppercase again. So based on the same React DOM object, we are trying to render the element by using a predefined method called render. So for this render method, you need to pass the element that you want to render, that is the variable name element here. That means it represents div hello world. And after that, you need to specify the position or placeholder where this particular element must be rendered. So come back to the Explorer window, go to the index.html file. In this index.html file, we have a div tag in the body tag with id equal to root. This is the placeholder where you can render the element. Remember, it has an ID called root, and based on this ID, we need to select the element in the actual JS file. In order to select the element based on the ID, we have a predefined method called getElementById in the plain JavaScript itself. Alternatively, you can also try using document.querySelector, but in that case, we have to write hash before writing the ID. So, document.getElementById of root will select the element that is present inside the index.html file, and inside this particular div, we are rendering a div tag called div hello world. And let me save it. Automatically the page refreshes. You can see the output as hello world. That means this particular element called hello world will be rendered inside the root element that is present inside the index.html file. If you can notice, if you want to exactly investigate where it is rendered exactly, you can use the browser developer tools. To do so, right-click on Hello World, Inspect Element or Inspect in Chrome. It opens the developer tools. There you can see the div ID equal to root, which was already present in the index.html file. But dynamically the React element was rendered inside the root element. So as a result of this particular div tag only, you are seeing the output called hello world here. And now let's render the element in the console.log. In JavaScript, the output statement is console.log. So it shows the value of this particular variable inside the browser console here. So have a look at the console. So that particular div tag is represented as a React element. And if you can expand the same, so this is your actual React element, and it has a property called type and its value is div. That means this particular div tag is represented as a React element. That is why the type equal to div. And also it has other properties such as props and children equal to hello world as the text. So this particular text is being displayed inside the actual element. And this React element is the part of virtual DOM, which I have explained in the previous lecture. So overall, a big application is the composition of various components, and each component is represented as a React element, which will be rendered on the DOM. Whenever the state of the React DOM has been changed, automatically a new React element will be created in memory, and then React automatically compares the new object and old object of React elements. It identifies the changes between the new React element and the older React element, and then go to the actual browser DOM and update the actual browser DOM with only the specific changes that you really make. For example, if you update the inner HTML of the particular h1 tag, only that specific h1 tag will be updated rather than re-rendering the complete page. This makes React execute faster. But this example is pretty simple. But in the real world applications, we will not write actual content just like this element. We will need to create the components as the classes inside the JSX files. We will learn to create the components in JSX files in the next lecture. Before creating our own components, let us add Bootstrap in this application so that you can make the UI look better. Bootstrap is one of the CSS libraries that provides plenty of predefined CSS classes to make the UI look professional with minimal less amount of code. In case if you are not aware of Bootstrap, please check out my other codes of Bootstrap, which covers all essential concepts of Bootstrap from the scratch. In this course, we are straight away using Bootstrap from the beginning so that you can see the designs of real web pages from the beginning itself. So as of now, let me remove this console.log, and I am writing the code in the index.js file. So here we have to install essential packages that are required for Bootstrap. Actually, Bootstrap works based on jQuery and popper.js. So you need to install 3 packages from npm, that is jQuery, popper.js and Bootstrap. To do so, go to your command line window and make sure you are locating the correct application folder, that is C:\React my first app, and run the command called npm install jQuery, because jQuery is the prerequisite for Bootstrap. In other words, Bootstrap works based on jQuery internally. And also add --save. That means that we are trying to save this package name called jQuery in the package.json file of our application, which tells that our application depends on jQuery package. So the command will be npm install jQuery --save. Let me run this. After installing that package, you proceed to the next package, that is npm install popper.js --save. Actually, this popper.js package is optional, but sometimes you will be using accordions or drop-down menus. There exactly you require popper.js file internally, because the code of the Bootstrap internally works based on popper.js package. So that is why it is recommended to import popper.js from the beginning itself. Now we are installing the actual package called Bootstrap. So the command will be npm install bootstrap --save. Once you run this command, the Bootstrap package gets installed on your application. All these packages, jQuery, popper.js and Bootstrap packages, will be installed inside the node_modules folder. So as you can see, if you scroll down the node_modules folder, you can see the package called Bootstrap and also other packages such as jQuery and popper.js. Now you need to install essential CSS files and JS files into the index.js file of your application. So at the top of index.js file, add this code, that is import jQuery. So we are importing jQuery.js file from the jQuery package which we have installed before a moment. And after that, you need to import something called Bootstrap file from Bootstrap package. So in the Bootstrap folder, there is something called dist, means distributable, and inside which we have JS folder, in which we have the file called bootstrap.js file. So we are importing that particular bootstrap.js file into our application now. So as of this case, we have imported the jQuery and bootstrap.js file. And just before importing Bootstrap, let us import popper.js file also. So import popper.js/dist/umd/popper. And in the command prompt window, make sure you are giving npm start command in order to execute your application. So now our application executes, including the libraries of jQuery, popper and Bootstrap.js files. But visually there will be no much difference because we have to import one more file called bootstrap.css file from the Bootstrap package. So import bootstrap/dist/css/bootstrap.css. In this case, we are importing bootstrap.css file into our application so that we are able to experience some visual changes. That means the font has been changed. And also the margin and body of the body tag has been removed by Bootstrap CSS file. So these are the 4 lines that you have to keep inside your index.js file in order to import Bootstrap and to make it fully work. In order to actually test whether the Bootstrap is working properly, instead of writing a simple div tag, let me write something called as button tag with a class called btn and space btn-danger. Here the btn and btn-danger are the predefined CSS classes comes from the bootstrap.css file. So as you can see, Bootstrap works correctly. That means gives red color when you mention the class name btn-danger. So from now onwards, you are eligible to use any Bootstrap component in your page. For more information about Bootstrap components, you can visit getbootstrap.com site and then go to documentation, and there go to components and layout. You can see plenty of components of Bootstrap such as forms, buttons, cards, etc. In case if you wish to build a real application based on Bootstrap, you can check out my other course called Bootstrap in 2 hours. So let's come back to the React app. And in the next lecture, we are going to create actual component by using JSX file. Now let us actually learn to create components by using JSX files. The benefit of JSX file is that you can use the JavaScript along with XML. Here, HTML tags are written as XML tags. That means they work based on XML rules such as all the tags are case sensitive and each tag must be closed or they must be self-closed. This is an example of JSX expression. So here, in case if you write a different case, for example, T capital, this is not allowed because of JSX. And also, in case if you forget to close a particular tag, it will be an error as per JSX. These rules are imposed by XML language, so that is why we call them as JSX. So let me create another file in the src folder. So right click on src folder and say new file. Specify the file name as app.jsx and press enter key. Now I am writing the code inside the app.jsx file. Here it is recommended to create every component as a class. For example, I am trying to create a class called NavBar. Here the NavBar is a class in JavaScript. And I need to export the same so that this particular class can be accessible from other classes. So how will you access this particular class from other files? Now come back to index.js file. Here I am trying to import a class called NavBar from the file called app.jsx. So this is how you can export the component class from the JSX file and access the same in other file, that is index.js file. Make sure you are adding // to represent current working folder, that is src folder. that is the folder where our index.js file is present. So // refers to current working folder by default. But still the output is not changed because we are actually rendering the button element still. So how do you render this particular content from the JSX file? In order to convert this particular class as a component, let me extend a predefined class called component. Here the extends keyword refers to inheritance in JavaScript, which tells that this particular child class extends the superclass called component, which is also called as parent class. You can really import this particular component class from the React module. And sometimes you will be writing the braces while importing, sometimes you should not. So what makes the difference between with braces and without braces? For example, if you wish to import React, we have to try writing React without curly braces. In case if that particular object was exported with default keyword as export default, in that case you should not use braces while importing the same in other file. So since in the React module they have already exported this particular React object with export default, you should not write braces while importing the same. Because from one module only one object can be exported with default and other objects can be exported with name. So since this component class was exported without export default, it is exported by its name, you should write braces while importing the same here. So what I'm trying to say is that the React was exported with export default and the component was exported with just export keyword instead of export default. From one module, only one export default is allowed. For remaining objects or classes, we cannot use export default. So that is why we have to import the same with braces which are not export default. And this extends keyword says that the component class is the parent class and navbar is the child class for the same. Here, since the navbar class is the user-defined class, you can give any name instead. For example, you might be creating sidebar or page content or grid or whatever you wish you can give. And inside this particular class, we are writing a method called render method. And whenever this component is rendered, automatically React calls this render method. That is why it's a fixed name. And in this render, you can return anything, but we are trying to return a h1 with hello. But still, we cannot see that heading in the output. It's because we have created the component, but we have not rendered the same. So how will you render this particular component? Now come back to index.js file. Instead of rendering the button, you need to render the navbar component which was created before a movement. So let me delete this particular element and instead I am trying to invoke the component called navbar component. And as per the syntax of JSX, every tag must be self-closing or should be closed explicitly. So you have two choices. Either you can write the closing tag separately or you can make it self-closing here. Generally, self-closing tags are used for components. Now, instead of seeing the button, you can see the output from the navbar. That means by using the method called render method in the React DOM, we are rendering the output of the navbar component. And how does that React executes navbar component? and it automatically calls the render method for the same. And whichever the HTML tag that you have written here, that will be rendered within this specified element. That means it will find the element called div id equal to root, which is already present in the index.html file. So in between the opening and closing of this particular div tag, the actual h1 will be rendered. And in this case, the object of the NavBar class which is automatically created is called as React element, which is the part of virtual DOM. As of now, the virtual DOM contains only one object at the root level. As long as you nest multiple components, the hierarchy will be extended with parent and corresponding children. For example, if you can render another component inside this particular NavBar component, that will be the child of this particular NavBar component. And you can render multiple child components, right? So in that case, the NavBar will be the topmost root level, inside which we have multiple child components. It forms a hierarchy. So that hierarchy is called as virtual DOM. You can investigate the actual output of the browser. So right click on Hello World, inspect element, and I'm using Firefox browser. You can try using Firefox or Chrome or MS Edge at your practice time. So right click on Hello and say inspect element or just inspect. Otherwise, go to menu, web developer, and click on the option called Toggle Tools. And in this case, you can see the output called hello inside the root element. This particular root tag was already created in the index.html file, but we have rendered hello from the NavBar component. But here, the noticeable point is that you can actually return only one element from this return statement. If you try to return multiple HTML tags, for example, I am trying to return a paragraph, it is not allowed by default by JSX. It's because internally this particular JSX syntax will be converted into regular JavaScript by using Babel, which is the JavaScript compiler, and that particular Babel don't know how to compile multiple tags at the same time. For example, if you add h1 tag along with this particular paragraph, it is not valid as per JSX. So Babel cannot convert these tags at a time. You can convert either of these tags only at a time. But there is a solution for this problem. You can actually nest both of these tags inside another container, for example a div tag. So as per the syntax of JSX, we have written only one tag called div, and which contains two child tags, and that is allowed. In this case, first it generates a statement called react.createElement of div, which is the actual element that you are trying to render, and inside which we have two children, that is h1 as well as the p tag. Here the content of the h1 is heading and the content of the p tag is high. You can use the same exact technique while your component render method. So come back to your code. I am trying to nest a tag called div, inside which we have something called h1 and p. To make the code readable and understandable better, let me write multiple lines so that we can read the code easily. Now you can see the heading as well as paragraph output in the page. So the syntax which we are using is JSX. Babel converts this particular JSX into JS file. And automatically it has added parentheses in the return statement so that either you can write this particular div tag in the same line or you can shift it to next line as well. So as you can see, inside the root tag, we have something called a div. This is the div which we have created here. And after that, inside that particular div, we have the h1 and p tags that we have created. So overall, this particular content is rendered by the navbar component that we have created here. And that is represented as a React element. But here, you can notice a small problem. That is, you must always have an extra div tag along with your content. If you don't require or don't want that, you can use something called react.fragment tag. That is react.fragment. The meaning of the react.fragment is that without rendering any HTML tag in the DOM, it acts as a container for both of these tags. So it satisfies the rule of JSX that must contain only single tag. At the same time, this fragment tag doesn't render any HTML code in the output. It actually renders only the content inside it. Now, inside the root div tag, we can see the actual inner tags without an extra div tag. So it is up to you finally. If you don't want an extra div tag, it is better to use react.fragment. This acts as a parent or container for multiple HTML tags without rendering an extra div tag. And moreover, in this class also you can use something called export default. So remove this particular export keyword here, and you can write export default and specify the class name, that is navbar. Alternatively, you can write the same within the class itself, that is as export default directly here near the class keyword. But don't try to use both at a time. You can use either of these syntaxes, either below or along with the class name itself. In this example, I am writing export default below the class. So in this case, since the navbar is default export, while importing the same in the index.js file, you should not use braces, but directly mention the class name as navbar. But you can see the same output. In the next lecture, let us add a little bit of CSS styles for the same. Let us try to add CSS files for this application. In order to do so, open your Explorer window and then right-click on the src folder, create a new file. File name is index.css. Of course, you can give any name, for example, app.css or anything. And we are using this particular CSS file as a global CSS file that contains the global CSS styles that are applicable for all the components. So by default, any CSS code that you write here should be affected the entire page, not for a specific component. For example, I am trying to add a class called highlight and adding some background color. So this particular class can be used in all over the page in any component. So how will you import this particular file into the application? So come back to the index.js file. Here, just like you import bootstrap.css file earlier, you try to import index.css file. See, since the index.css file is the local file within the same src folder, you have to prefix it with /. Here, // represents current working folder, that is src folder in which we are writing the code currently. Now the CSS file has been imported in the application, and it can be used anywhere in any component. Now come back to the same component, that is navbar, which is inside the app.jsx. And then for either of the heading or paragraph, you can try to add something called as class equal to, and then specify the class name that we have created here, that is highlight. Now you can see that the class gets updated. Like this, apart from using predefined Bootstrap CSS styles, you can also use your own CSS code in this index.css file. This is how to add global CSS file for your application. In the similar way, you can try to create specific CSS file for the specific component and import that particular CSS file in the respective JSX file. That means you can import that particular CSS file in the desired JSX file in which component you require that particular style. This is how to add the CSS styles for your application. In this lecture, let us actually use the Bootstrap NavBar in this application. It's pretty easy. First open getbootstrap.com site, which is the official website of Bootstrap. Then open documentation. From the menu, select components and then switch to navbar. And it shows the example of navbar in Bootstrap. So this is the Bootstrap navbar, which can contain one or more menu items. And below is the code of the navbar. Let's expand this. And here you can see the copy button, so that all this particular code, whichever is being shown here, will be copied into clipboard, so that you can return back to your application and paste the same. So I am trying to remove this h1 tag and p tag inside the app.jsx file and paste all that particular HTML code that we have copied from the Bootstrap website. Press Alt-Shift-F in order to format the code. And now let us remove the things which are not required in our application. First of all, we have a navigation bar by using the nav tag in HTML, and inside which we have navbar brand, which displays the website name or title for the application. I'm trying to change it as my app, so this will be appear in the output, but currently we are seeing some compilation errors in JSX. And this particular button tag displays the toggle navigation. That means the menu button for opening and closing of the menu in case of smaller devices. So keep it as it is and then scroll down. Let us try to add one or two hyperlinks. Each hyperlink is represented as li tag, which means list item. And let me delete the first one. Let's follow the second one, that is nav item. Here you can write your link text, for example, home, and href is the URL which should be opened when the user clicks on home. You can repeat the same for all the remaining items in future. In this case, we don't really want this particular drop-down item. Let's delete the same. And even this disabled menu item also not required for us. So let's delete it. And then this form tag is not required really for us. And that's all. So this is the navigation bar which we have created here, which contains the nav tag and then navbar brand item, a tabular button, along with one or more menu items inside the navbar nav. And then after that, UL close, div close, and then nav tag close. Make sure all the opening tags are closed properly, otherwise you will get JSX compilation errors. So once you save this code, you can see the application navbar along with the tabular menu icon, and if the user clicks on the same, it expands the menu items as you create. And it's a toggle button so that it can be closed as well. If needed, you can try to change the color of the navigation bar. For example, instead of navbar light, we are trying to apply navbar dark and BG dark. Now this navigation bar is the darker one. In case if you want to apply a custom background color for this navigation bar, you can do the same by using your own CSS style. So, open the index.css file which is present in the src folder which we have created in the previous lecture. And in this index.css file, let's add a class called navbar style which contains the background color property of your own color, whatever you desire. For example, I am selecting some kind of green. And let's apply this particular CSS class inside the app.jsx file. So come back to the app.jsx file. After writing all the CSS classes, I am trying to add something called as navbar style, which is the class name that we have created before a moment. Still, you cannot see the actual color. So come back to index.css file again and add important. That means this particular property overrides the default setting of Bootstrap, which was already in the black color. Now you can see that everything is in green color. That is the color what you selected here. And of course, make sure you have already imported index.css file in the index.js file like this. This is how will you add the navigation bar for our application. And of course, by default, Bootstrap NavBar is responsive. So if you try to maximize the screen, it converts into regular navbar where all the nav links are shown side by side without having any menu button on the top right corner. So this is the look and feel of the navigation bar on the larger devices. And this is the look and feel of the navigation bar on the smaller devices. This is how to create Bootstrap NavBar in the React application. This is the navigation bar that we have created in the previous lecture. But if you can notice the browser console, you are having some errors in the browser console. We are talking about this particular error, that is invalid DOM property called class. The reason behind this error is that in JavaScript already you have a class keyword which is used to create a class. So that is the reason in the same file you cannot reuse the same keyword for applying the CSS class. So alternatively, you have to use class name property for applying the CSS class. Then it will not be confused with the class keyword in JavaScript. So that is the reason wherever you are writing the CSS class, you always replace with class name property instead of class. In order to do so, you can take the support of find and replace in Visual Studio Code. So press Ctrl H and then specify the find as class and replace with class name like this in camel case. So wherever you have a class keyword, you are replacing the same with class name property. And click on replace all in order to replace all instances in the current file. But unfortunately, the class keyword which is present to define the class also got renamed. So let's make this adjusted as the class keyword. That's all. Now that error has been fixed. And let me clear out this class name duplication. Alright. So as you can notice, that error has been cleared out here. And that class name must be in camel case. And let's target another error, that is href attribute requires a valid value to be accessible. It's because simply hash is not allowed for href in case of React. To fix this error, always use /hash instead of simple hash in React. Generally, we use hash in href attribute for representation of dummy link and make it look like URL that begins with a slash so that React will accept that. Even in any other place, wherever href equal to hash, replace the same with /hash. So if you can scroll down, here also once again we have to repeat the same. So instead of hash, /hash. Now that error has been cleared out here. This is how do you fix the class name and href related errors in React. We have done good enough by creating navigation bar, but what's next? I would like to place some content below the navigation bar, but it is not correct to place that content inside the navigation bar component itself. And I would like to create a new component called main content, in which I can place some content that could appear below the navigation bar. So let us open the Explorer window in Visual Studio Code and right-click on src, new file. File name is maincontent.jsx. That means we are going to create a component called main content, and for all the components, file extension will be .jsx. And there must be another component called app component, which wraps both main content as well as navigation bar. Actually, in this file called app.jsx, we have really created navbar component but not app component. So let us rename this app.jsx as navbar.jsx. So right click on app.jsx, rename, and specify the file name as navbar.jsx. Now let us create another file called app.jsx inside the src folder. So right click on src, add new file, then specify app.jsx. So I wish to really render app.jsx, that means app component, in the index file. So let us create a new component called app component inside the app.jsx. So in app.jsx, I am trying to define a class called app component. So the class name is app that extends a predefined class called component that is imported from React module. And also import React from the same module called React, because this class will be converted into React.component. So after compilation of the class, it requires a predefined object called React from this particular React module. And every component must have a method called render method that renders something, for example, renders a HTML tag. So this particular HTML tag will be rendered in the web page, as you can see. And open the index.js file. And instead of rendering navbar, let us render app component. So I am trying to import app component from the app file, that is app.jsx file. And I am trying to render app component but not navbar component. And then switch back to app.jsx file. Here I would like to render two components, that is navbar component and the main content component. First, let me render navbar component. So how can I render one component in another component? This is called as nested component. So right from the app component, we have to import the navbar component from the navbar.jsx file. Notice this navbar is already having default export, as you can see like this. So that is the reason you can import this navbar from app.jsx file. So import navbar from navbar.jsx file. Here .jsx file extension will be taken automatically, and to represent current working folder, that is src folder, we have to give /. And since the navbar component class is the default export here, no need of using braces while importing the same here. So this is the code for importing the navbar from the navbar.jsx file. You can use the same syntax for importing any component in any other file. So instead of rendering hello, I would like to render navbar by writing the opening and closing tag for navbar. This is the actual class name which we have defined in the navbar.jsx file. So always we use the class name of the component as the name of the tag here. But you can also write the same tag as unpaired tag, that means self-closing tag instead of paired tag. So optionally, you can convert this as self-closing by keeping a space and then /. So in this case, no need of writing the separate closing tag for navigation bar. So it works in the same way as expected. And after that, I would like to create main content component in the main content.jsx file. Then I would like to render the same in the app.jsx file. So let's go to the main content.jsx file. Let's add a default export class called main content. And also import React and component from React module. Every component must extend a predefined class called component and also must contain a method called render that must return something, for example, at least a tag. Here I am trying to return hello from main content. So for time being, just it contains hello message. But as you can see, still main content was not rendered in this particular page. It's because we have created the main content component, but we have not invoked it in the app component. But can you return multiple components at a time like this? No. In order to do so, we have to use react.fragment that act as a parent for both of these tags. Before that, let me import main content from the file called maincontent.jsx. Here, / is must in the file path to represent current working folder. So the react.fragment tag represents as a parent for both of these tags. So as you can see, react.fragment is the parent inside which we have two components, that is navbar as well as main content. Now above you can see the navbar, and below the navigation bar you can see the content from main content component. So now we can say that the app component is a root level component or topmost component in the hierarchy, inside which we have two child components, that is called navbar and main content components. So this is called component hierarchy, where app component is a root level component and it can have one or more child components inside it. So the component hierarchy decides the parents and children depending on where a component is being invoked. For example, instead of invoking the main component inside the app component, if you write the same code inside the navbar component, suppose I just write the main content component here. Now we can say that app component is a root level component and it has only one child component, that is navbar, and the navbar component has a child called main content. So the component hierarchy changes depending on which component is invoked in which other component. Alright, let me undo the changes. I wish to really invoke main content only in the app component like this. So this is how you nest the components and build up the component hierarchy in React. In the next section, we will render a lot of things dynamically into these components. We are going to understand about state props in the further lectures. So keep continued. But to be frank, this is not enough for building real-world React applications. You will really require to know the functional components and also advanced concepts such as Redux. And that is where you will check out my full course on Udemy, that is Complete React Ultimate Guide. In this course, we are going to build the full-fledged e-commerce application along with Redux, Redux Toolkit, Router, and Bootstrap. In this Udemy course, we are going to learn the complete React with class components as well as functional components. For example, if you can check this section of course project with hooks, here we are going to learn various hooks such as use state, use effect, validations, use callback, and many more advanced features of React hooks. And importantly, context API. And additionally, in this course, we are going to learn Redux, React Redux, Redux Thunk, Redux Promise, Redux Saga, and many more latest features. And moreover, in order to properly understand all these concepts of React and Redux, one should have the proper knowledge on JavaScript concepts, especially functions and objects. So in this Udemy course, we have provided the prerequisites of JavaScript, that is JavaScript functions and objects, and also ECMAScript 2015 classes. So even though you have less or basic knowledge on JavaScript, you need not worry. In this Udemy course, we have covered all the basic concepts of JavaScript that are necessary to understand this React and Redux. And this is the advanced version of e-commerce application that we are going to build in the Udemy course. See, after entering the essential email and password, we have the dashboard page where the user can see his previous orders and the products in the cart. From there, he can buy the product or delete the item in the cart. And if you click on the store page, you can see all the available products. You can filter out them, the products and brands which you don't want. You can select a particular product and add to cart, and the same is visible in the cart itself. And from there, you can either buy or delete. So this is the application that we are going to build with React hooks in the Udemy course. Alright, we are good enough to nest the components, that is NavBar component and main content component. But in real-world applications, all the content will not be static content, right? In many places, you require to render the content dynamically. So this section talks about how do you render the content dynamically and how do you update or modify the state of the page. In order to store the dynamic content of your component, you require to create a property called state inside your component class. So the state is the property that contains dynamic content of your component which you want to render on the page, or it may contain the information that you want to read from the user as well. So inside your component class, that is main content component, let me add a property called state. So this property contains the dynamic information that you want to render on your component. So this is the object literal in JavaScript, which can contain properties, and the property values can be of any type. It can be number, string, date, or even arrays also. You can use nested objects inside the state. For example, I would like to display the title of the page inside the main content component. So actually, I can render something called h1 or h4 as title of the page, that is customers. But this is static information, isn't it? How do you make the same as dynamic? You should store this information inside the state. For example, there is a property called app title that is equal to customers, and then you can render this particular property value in this place. So how do you render the value of the property from the state? Open the braces and close the braces. In between opening and closing the braces, you write something called this.state. That means you are accessing the state property of the current working class. Here, the this keyword represents the current working object of the current class. And inside the state property, we have another nested property called app title, and you can render the same. So now you are getting the same information, that is title, dynamically. This is how you render the content dynamically by using expressions. So these braces are called expressions in React, which is used to render the content dynamically. And the beauty of the state property is that as soon as you update the state property by using setState method, automatically in this place the state will be refreshed. So when you make any changes in the virtual DOM, automatically React compares the virtual DOM with actual browser DOM and updates the properties which are exactly modified instead of re-rendering the complete page. For example, if you modify this particular app title property, only that particular property value gets updated in the DOM rather than re-rendering the complete page. That's what makes React faster. Anyways, we will see how to update the state dynamically in the further lectures. So for time being, when you make any changes in the property value, for example employees, since the page refreshes because of development server, you can see the same information dynamically rendered in the expression. And just for styling purpose, you can add something called class name. Notice I am using class name but not just class. Because in JavaScript, you have a keyword called class in order to create a class. But for CSS classes, we require to use the class name instead. For example, I am giving border bottom and margin 1 and also padding 1. These are just CSS classes provided by Bootstrap. In case if you are not aware of Bootstrap or feeling confusing about Bootstrap CSS classes, you can check out my other codes called Bootstrap or refer to Bootstrap documentation in the getbootstrap.com site. In my codes, I am not much deeply explaining the Bootstrap related CSS classes because that's all a different subject. So in the next lecture, we will see how to handle events in React. Well, in the further lectures, I would like to show the customers grid. So the app title is customers, and it is not the app title and it is the page title. So let me change it as page title and render the same as page title. And then I would like to show the customers count. So let's have a property called customers count. And for example, it is 5. And in order to render the same, I am just writing a span tag. So inside the span tag, I would like to render the value of customers count dynamically by using React expression. So React expression is the braces, and you can access the state, that is this.state. The property name, that is customers count, that is 5. In order to style it up, I am trying to add the CSS class name, that is badge, and badge as secondary. And let's apply some margin for the same by writing M2. So every time when you modify the value of this property, automatically the same gets reflected in this place where we render the particular component property. Now we are going to learn how to handle events in React. In JavaScript, we have events such as click, double click, focus, blur, key press, key up, etc. You can handle almost all types of events by using React. In order to do so, we have to write onClick, onFocus, onBlur, etc. attributes within the specific HTML tag in React. And there you can call a method that is written inside the same component. You cannot call the methods of another component inside this present component. For example, let me add a button inside the H4 by using button tag. So there is a button called refresh. When the user clicks on this particular refresh button, I would like to call a method. To do so, I am just writing onClick in camel case. That means on in lowercase, click. C is capital in click. Here I can call any method that is present within the same component. First let me create a method inside the same component class. So as of now, here, this is the closing brace of the render method. After that, let me add a method. Preferably, the method name could be a meaningful name. For example, on refresh click. You can actually give any method name, but better to follow the naming convention so that your code will be self-explanatory and any developer can understand that this method executes on clicking the refresh button. And also let me add comment to make it easy to understand later. So inside this particular method, I can write any code. That is, for example, I am writing console.log of refresh clicked. You can actually write any code, whatever you require. Now, I would like to call this particular method inside the onClick event. So let's come back to render method, and inside the onClick, I am just writing onClick. The method name must not be in quotes, but must be inside an expression, that is braces. So this indicates that when the user clicks on this particular button, we have to call the onRefreshClick method. Notice, we should not use the parenthesis for calling, but it must be as it is, just name of the method. And also we have to represent the method along with the this keyword. So we should write this dot method name in order to access the method of the current working class object. That is just like how you call this dot state, in the same way you should write this dot method name. So as you can see, when you click on the button, you can see refresh clicked in the browser console. But how do you really update the component state? That's what we will do in the next lecture. Alright, in order to update the state of the page, we have to use setState method, but it should not overwrite the values of the state property directly. It's because every time when you update the state, internally, based on the virtual DOM, the real browser DOM should be updated by React. So if you overwrite the values of the state properties, React cannot identify that and cannot re-render the same UI. So that is the reason you have to use the setState method in order to let React update the browser DOM based on the changes made in the virtual DOM. So inside the method called onRefreshClick, we are just writing this dot setState. In this case, it is a predefined method, and you can supply only the property values which you want to really update. So we have two properties. I don't want to update page title, but I wish to update only the customer count. For example, I wish to make it as 7. So to do so, just add customer's count property only and give the updated value, that is 7. It will overwrite the previous value, that is 5. And then this particular change will be taken into virtual DOM first, and then React compares the virtual DOM changes with actual browser DOM and updates the browser DOM only for that specific property, will not render the full UI. So let's click on refresh button, and as you can see, it is showing an error saying that cannot read property called setState of undefined. The reason behind it, in JavaScript, by default, the this keyword context will be changed when it is indirectly called. So in this example, we are not calling this method directly, but we are calling the same with onClick event of the button, right? So that is the reason that this keyword by default refers to button rather than representing current object of the component class. In order to overcome this particular problem, we can convert this method as a arrow function so that this keyword of the arrow function always refers to component class rather than a button. So how do you convert this method as a arrow function? Just say equal to, and then after the parenthesis, you just add something called arrow operator, that is equal to and greater than. And that's it. You have successfully converted your method as an arrow function, so that the benefit of arrow function is that always it's this keyword stick to the component class, that this keyword context will not change to any button or something else. So even though you are calling that arrow function through a button, this keyword refers to a component. Try clicking on the button once again. See, as soon as you update the value of the state, the particular UI gets changed. It's because we are using setState method in order to update the state of the component. And go to Elements, right click on the title, inspect element, and try clicking the button again. So as soon as you click on the button, as you can see, only the value of span tag is being updated rather than re-rendering the complete H4. That is what the actual benefit of using virtual DOM in React. So overall, we have understood how to update the state of the component by using setState method. You can apply the same logic for updating any type of value, not only number, but also for string, array, or any other type. In the next lecture, I would like to demonstrate a customer's grid. In this main content component, I would like to show you how do you render the table, that is grid, by using map method of JavaScript array. First, you require to store the data in the form of array inside the state of the main component. In order to do so, let's write the properties line by line and add another property called customers. It is an array. So in this array, I would like to add all the list of customers that I would like to render inside the customers grid. Whereas each customer is represented as an object literal. Suppose for each customer, we have ID, name, and phone number. Similarly, let us add some sort of customers. So this is the data of the customers that I would like to render. So how do you show this particular array data in this React component? To do so, let's locate after the H4. So after closing the H4, I am trying to add a table tag. And in order to apply the Bootstrap style of table, let's add a set of CSS classes. That is table, and inside the table I would like to add header row, and I have just added the column headers, that is ID, name, and phone number, which displays like this in the large screen. And here I would like to show the actual list of customers. So let's take up tBody, means table body. So inside the tBody, I would like to have a tr tag with some sort of td tags. So this particular tr tag should be repeated once for one item in the customers array. How do you repeat this particular tr tag for each customer? To do so, in JavaScript arrays, we have a predefined method called map. The map method of JavaScript array receives an array function and executes that array function for each element inside the array. So in order to call it, let's take up an expression and write this dot state dot customers dot map, and then we require to pass an array function. So this particular array function will be executed once for one item in the customers array. And each time you will receive the customer object as an argument. And then you require to return the tr tag inside the array function. So whatever you return inside this particular array function, this will be rendered inside the output. So as you can see, since there are 5 customers in that array, 5 tr tags have been generated automatically, as you can see here. See, in the T body, we have 5 tr tags automatically got generated with empty td tags. But how can you render the actual content? In each td tag, you can use your expression and you can use the parameter called cust in order to access the current working customer. The same array function executes once for each customer, right? So for the first time, the first customer object will be passed into the cust parameter. That means for the first time, cust parameter equal to this particular object. And the second time, this is the second object assigns to cust parameter. Like this, you can access the customer details by using cust parameter every time. So you are writing cust.id. So as you can see, it is printing customer IDs in all the rows. Similarly, you can try accessing the name and other properties, that is ID, name and phone properties. So cust.name, customer.phone number. So this is how the table appears in output. But if you look at the browser console, it shows an error saying that each child in a list should have a unique key property. It is a mandate of the React. In order to identify each row of the table, it requires a unique key, which is also considered as a primary key. So you should specify the key property in the tr tag, which is being returned from your arrow function. Based on the specified key, React identifies each row inside the table. In our customers array, which property is unique? It is ID, isn't it? So we have to specify that ID property of the customer is the unique key inside the map function here. So go to the tr tag, add key equal to customer.customerID. That's it. That error gets cleared. And of course, you should not use double quotes for the same. So this error has been cleared out. And you can see the data comfortably here. Sometimes in the array elements, you will have nested properties. For example, we have something called address. And it contains several properties such as city, street, etc. For example, let's add city as New Delhi and some other values for each other customers. Like this, every customer has their own address and each address contains other properties such as city. How can you render this type of output inside the grid? You can access the reference variable, that is cust.reference address.city. That means while rendering, you can write like cust.address.city. This is how you access the nested properties in case of arrays. Let me add a header row for the same. As you can see, cities are rendered in the table. Alright, by using map method in JavaScript arrays, we are good enough to display the grid in the page. But now, I would like to render some content based on the condition. Means, if the condition is true, I wish to render one content. If it is false, I wish to render another content. So that is called conditional rendering. So how can you do that? For example, if the phone number is not available for the customer, I would like to show the text like no phone. To do so, let me remove some phone number for one or two customers. Let's say James and John don't have a phone number. It is empty value or can be null. So since the value is null, it is rendered as just empty in the output. Rather than empty, I would like to show the text like no phone. That is called conditional rendering. To do so, come back to the table tag in the main.content.jsx. Go to the place where exactly you are rendering the phone, and here check the content before rendering. If the cust.phone is equal to null, in this case, you would like to render something like no phone. Otherwise, you have to render the content called cust.phone itself. This is the simplest way to render the output conditionally. Sorry, it is no phone. Let us check the output. As you can see, if the phone number is not available for James and John, it is displaying as no phone instead of empty text. Alternatively, instead of plain text, you can also render the tags. So remove the quotes and use any tag such as div tag and place the text inside the div tag. This is what the exact advantage of the JSX. Anywhere you can return a tag just like a normal value in JavaScript. In this case, if the condition is true, this particular tag will be returned so that this will be displayed in the output. And in this div tag, you can add custom CSS classes by using class name and specify background color and also padding, for example 2. And the condition can be better as cust.phone. In JavaScript, the values such as null, undefined, empty quotes, and 0 are called as falsy values. So in case of phone number property contains any of these values, in that case it is considered as no phone number. So in all those cases the condition will be false. So in the else case we should keep this div tag, that is here. So we are checking this condition. In case if the phone number property is other than the specified values, that is falsy values, the cust.phone number property will be rendered. Otherwise, it returns this particular div tag. What are the falsy values? As per JavaScript, null, undefined, 0, empty quotes are called as falsy values. In all those cases, the condition becomes false. So you will render this particular div tag. And also let's add another class called text center here. So as you can see, it shows no phone as a div tag along with the padding. So the syntax of conditional rendering is simple. First, check your condition. If the condition is true, that means if the condition is not null, undefined, or zero or empty codes, in that case, this particular true value will be returned. Otherwise, this particular false value gets returned. This is how to render the content based on the condition. For another example, in e-commerce application, suppose if the product is not available, you wish to show the output in one format. If the product is available, you want to show in another format. Suppose if the product is not available, you want to show it in gray color. For that cases, we use this conditional rendering technique. So in case of conditional rendering, sometimes your code will be much more complex than this. You may need to write much more number of statements to render the content conditionally, such as checking more than one condition. In that cases, instead of making this code complex and lengthy, it is recommended to write the same code in a method and call that method in this particular td tag. Let's try the same. Let's cut this particular expression and scroll down in the main content component, that is after the method of onRefreshClick method. Let us add a new method, for example getPhone to render. So in this method, let's paste the same code as we have written in the td tag previously. And I would like to return this particular value of the expression and give a semicolon at the end. Now I would like to call this particular method in the td tag. So let's call up this particular method inside the td tag here. So in this expression, we are calling the getPhone to render method. Whatever that method returns, that will be rendered here. And what are you going to return in this method? Either phone number or div tag, as you can see. If the phone property has any value, that means any of the truthy value, it returns the phone number itself. In case if it is a falsy value, it returns the div tag. Here, instead of using conditional expression like this, you can also use the regular if statement if you have a complex code. For example, I am just writing regular if statement, that is if cust.phone, then we are going to return cust.phone value, else we are going to return the div tag. So for complex code and complex operations, you can use this technique of writing your expression in a separate method and invoking the same in the expression wherever you wish to render the same. That is in the particular td tag where you want to show the output. But in the output, you can see some error saying that cust is not defined. It's because the variable called cust is a parameter which is available only inside the boundary of the map method, but not available outside. So that is the reason we have to pass the cust parameter as argument to the getPhone to render method. Alternatively, you can supply only the phone number property instead of passing the whole customer object. So that is the reason in this method, you can receive only the phone number directly rather than receiving whole the customer object. Actually, it is up to the requirement. Either you can pass the complete customer object where the output depends on various properties of the customer, or in case if you want to check only the phone number of the customer to render. In this case, I am just passing only the customer phone number as argument, and I am receiving the same inside the method and checking the same in the actual if statement. So I can just use if phone instead of if cust.phone. And now if you can check the output again, we have another error called getPhoneToRender is not defined. It's because we have to use the arrow function syntax in order to call this method. Even though it seems sometimes optional, it is always advisable to use arrow function all over the React. So getPhoneToRender is equal to arrow operator, and also we have to use the this keyword while calling the same. So here we are calling the getPhoneToRender method and supplying the argument. Based on that argument, we will return some value here, either phone number or a div tag. And this particular returned value will be rendered in the same place where you originally call it. This is how it works. Let's check the output. Now it's working fine. Every time you make changes, you have to save the code. Then automatically the page gets refreshed by React Development Server. And now let's remove this unnecessary border. So go to the h4 tag, and I'm removing this border bottom so that unnecessary border gets removed, as you can see here. In the similar way, optionally, you can render this particular t-body content in a separate method rather than writing the same in the render method. Because as long as the application is improved, the code of the render method is getting increased, right? In order to simplify the code of the render method, let's move this particular code into a separate method. So let's cut this expression and scroll down in the main content.jsx file. Let's add a method called getCustomerRow, and preferably make it as an arrow function, and here return the same expression. Use the parenthesis rather than expression here. Alright. Now we have to call this particular method inside the table tag. So let's go up in the t-body. In the expression, let us call the getCustomerRow method. So now the code of the render method is simplified. The actual logic of tr tag is being written in this particular getCustomerRow method. In this way, you can simplify the code of the render method so that the render method becomes readable and understandable easily, where each piece of the UI is being written by different methods. Of course, this modification doesn't affect the actual output, it remains same. And no errors in the browser console as well. So how do you render images in React? For example, before the customer name, I would like to show a random image for each customer. To do so, I am using something called picsum.com, which provides random images. So for every customer in the customers array, I am adding a property called photo and specify the URL as https picsum.com.photos/id, and you can use any ID starting from 1000 and specify the size of the image that you want, for example 60 pixels. The same number will be taken for width and height. Alternatively, you can specify the width/height also. For more information, you can visit pixum.com site. Let's repeat the same syntax for all the remaining customers. So we have added photo column for each customer, as you can see here. Now, how will you display these particular photos inside the grid? So scroll down in the main content.jsx file. Go to the getCustomerRow method, which renders the actual tr tag of the grid. And we are calling this method inside the table tag, as you can see here. Now, in the method, just add a td tag after the id, and in which you will enter the photo, that is cust.photo. Sorry, let's write photo. So in this case, it is displaying the path of the photo that you mentioned there. To render the actual image, we can use img tag and bind this particular value into the src attribute of the img tag. So let's do that. Img src equal to the cust.photo by using the expression that is curly braces. So don't use quotes, but use the braces to mention the dynamic value into the attribute. And as per the recommendation, for every image, prefer using alt attribute and specify any content whatever you wish, for example, customer. In case if the specified path of the image is not found or not loaded into the browser, it shows customer instead. Let us see the image now. As you can see, same image appears for all the customers. But I want different images. Now come back to the customers array again, that is at the top of the file. We will give different IDs for each image, let's say 1011, 1012 and so on. In case if you want to know what are the available images, you can visit this site, that is pixum.photos/images. There you can find ID of the image. For example, for this image, ID is 1000. These are all the random images. You can mention any of these IDs in your URL. Here the credit goes to pixum.com site. Anyways, we have mentioned different IDs of the images. And let's refresh the same page. As you can see, we have different images for each customer. This is how do you render the images by using src attribute of the img tag. You should bind your dynamic value by using braces in the src attribute. Not only src attribute, you can use the same syntax for any attribute of any HTML tag. Sometimes you want to render or apply the CSS styles dynamically in React. In that case, you can assign an object into the style attribute of the HTML tag. For example, we have a requirement such that if the customer name begins with S, it should be having blue color background, and if it begins with J, it should be having red color background. To do so, we can use something called style attribute and assign an expression into the same. Here we can take the property, for example, background color, and in case of value, you can take an expression and check the condition. For example, if cust.name starts with yes, In that case, you want to return the value called green. Otherwise, you want to return the value called red. And you will close another parenthesis here. And since this is a property, we are going to use another curly braces. So in this case, you are checking the condition. If the condition is true, you will return green, otherwise red for this background color property. And in the corresponding table, let me add another th tag for photo column. So we will have 4 th tags like this. One is for ID, photo, customer name, phone, and city. So this is how do you apply conditional styles in React. We are checking the condition here. If the condition is true, we will return green, otherwise red for this background color property. So overall, in this place, either of the values will be taken at runtime. For example, if the condition is true, that means if the name begins with yes, green will be taken here, and this becomes as a object literal, and that will be assigned to the element by using the expression that is the outer curly braces. This is how it works. So let's check the output. As you can see, we have green color for Scott, and otherwise we have red color for remaining customer names. Sometimes you wish to write much more complex logic like this. Let's say you want to set more than one property of the style, and also if you want to write more than one condition. For example, if the name begins with S, green color. If the name begins with J, another color. If the name begins with K, another color. In that case, it's better to write this as a separate property. So let's go to the top of the class, that is inside the main content class. I am trying to add another property after the state property, that is just above the render method in the main content.jsx file, customer name style. And in order to define the values for the style dynamically, let me convert the same as a method rather than a simple property. And inside the arrow function, we are receiving a parameter of a customer name. Then we will check. If cust name begins with S, we will return the style property as background color, that is green. Otherwise, in case if the customer name begins with J, we will return red. Otherwise, we will return an empty object which doesn't specify the background color particularly. So either of these values gets returned when you call this particular method. Now, let's call this method in the place where exactly you are rendering the content. Let's scroll down in the same file. Instead of writing this clumsy code, simply write this dot, the method name that you write here, that is customer name style. Now the code looks cleaner and simplified to understand. So whatever you return in this particular method, that gets applied for the style of the td tag. And of course, since you don't supply the value for the cust name, it is showing an error saying that cannot read the property of starts with of undefined, because you must supply the value for the cust name from the place where you are calling, that is cust.name here. So let us check the output. As you can see, in case if it begins with J, it is red color. If it begins with S, it is green color. Otherwise, it is normal white color. But setting up the CSS styles dynamically by using style property is okay for one or two properties, but not good if you want to reuse the same CSS styles for multiple elements, or you want to set multiple CSS properties at the same time. For example, you want to set background color, font size, border radius, etc. at a time. In those cases, better to use the CSS class rather than setting style attribute. We will really do that in the next lecture. Now, let us convert this method into CSS class rather than setting independent properties of the CSS style. To do so, let's open index.css file that is present inside the src folder. Consider this as a global CSS file that is available for all the components of your application. It's because we are importing this index.css file in the index.js file here. So it becomes global for all the components. Alternatively, if you want to import a separate CSS file for each component, you can create a separate CSS file for each component and import the same in the respective component file. Anyways, now let's switch to index.css file and add two classes, that is green highlight and red highlight. Specify some properties as per the requirement. So these are the two CSS classes that are created in the index.css file. I would like to apply either of these classes dynamically based on the condition in the grid. So the same requirement. If the name begins with S, it should be green highlight. If the name begins with J, it should be red highlight. So how can you do so? Let's come back to the main content.jsx file. So in case if the customer name begins with S, we will return the class name as green highlight. Otherwise, we will return the class name that is red highlight. You can add more than one CSS class at a time with space separation. For example, you can use the built-in Bootstrap CSS classes. Let's say I'm using border left and border right in case of red. Like this, you can conditionally add different set of CSS classes whatever you wish. And in the else case, you will return nothing. That means no specific CSS class. And now you can call the same method in the respective place where you are rendering the customer's grid. So in the same file, that is main content.jsx file at last, instead of binding the value into style attribute, bind the same to the class name. That means CSS class. And of course, you are calling the same method already. That's all. Let's check the output. In case if the name begins with S, the green highlight class is not applied correctly. Let me check again. Oops, spelling mistake in the index.css file. It's green highlight. Right, let's check again. So as you can see, if the customer name begins with S, it applies the CSS class called green highlight. The same can be seen in the browser DOM as well. And in case if it begins with J, it's having red highlight CSS class as you can see here. This is how do you apply conditional CSS styles by using CSS classes in React. In real-world applications, better to use CSS classes rather than applying the style properties directly. While handling events in React, such as click event or focus event or blur event, etc., how can you pass arguments to the caller function? For example, in this application, I would like to create a button near the photo, that is change photo, and once the user clicks there, I would like to access the currently clicked customer details inside the function. So how can you pass the current working customer details as argument to that click event handler? Before that, really we don't require the styles of green and red in further examples. Let me remove the same. So let's remove this class name equal to customer name style. So this TD tag remains simple. And let me go to the top of the main content file. And let us remove this customer name style method, which we don't require. And locate the img tag of the customer photo. Inside the same TD tag, let's add a div tag with a small button, that is change picture. So when the user clicks on this particular change picture button, I would like to pass the current working customer details as argument to the click event handler. So let's come back to the code. Let's make this as a class name. And on click, we are regularly calling a method. Observe carefully. Here we are not calling the method directly, but we are passing the reference to the method in the onClick property. So in that case, it will be difficult to supply arguments to this particular method. To overcome this particular problem, you can actually use an arrow function so that it will be easy for you to call the particular method instead of passing its reference. So there you can pass any arguments whatever you really wish, and then close the brace. For example, I am trying to pass the current working customer details as a cust parameter which was coming from the map method. So the current working customer object is being passed as argument to this particular method. Of course, you can call any method. For example, the method should be onChangePictureClick. This method is as of now not defined. Let's define the same below. So after completion of the getCustomerRow method, below let us add that onChangePictureClick method as arrow function, and here I can receive the current working customer details as a cust parameter which was passed above. So first of all, we are reading all customers from the customers array by using map method. The map method itself gives you the current working customer as a cust parameter. The same is being passed as argument to this onChangePictureClick method, and from here we are receiving the value into the onChangePictureClick method definition here. Let's print the same by using console.log. That is console.log of cust. Let's check here. Now, if you click on either of these change picture button for any customer, for example, I click this particular button for the fourth customer, the fourth customer object is received as parameter and the same is being displayed in the console. This is how you supply the value dynamically through the click event handler. So while handling any event, if you want to supply the argument value to the target method, you can use this arrow function technique. And it's not only for click event, but also for any JavaScript events such as onKeyPress, onKeyUp, onChange, or any other JavaScript events that you have. For almost all JavaScript events, you have the properties that begins with on in React. Okay, let's make it on click again. But sometimes you wish to really pass the index of the current working customer. So for this requirement, the JavaScript array map method itself provides you the second argument, that is index. So the arrow function of the map method receives two arguments. The first argument represents the object from the array, and the second argument represents the index of the corresponding element. For example, for the first customer, index will be 0, second customer, index will be 1, and so on. So after declaring the index parameter here, you can carry forward the same index parameter to the onChange picture click method like this. So first of all, your index is being given by the map method, and the same you carry forward to the particular method which you mentioned here. And also let us receive the same here. You can actually do anything based on the index, such as updating the specific customer in the customers array. In real-world applications, when you want to really perform edit, delete such operations, this technique will be really useful for you. So let's check again. This time try clicking on any one of these buttons. For example, I click on the change picture button for the second one. So I am receiving two arguments in this case. One is the customer object, which I have clicked, which includes all the properties including photo. And second argument is the index that contains index of the currently clicked customer, which I clicked here. So since I click the second customer, its index is 1. Suppose I would like to update the status of the photo to something else. For this case, we can actually use the setState method because the customer's array is a part of the state of the current working component. And the key logic here is that anytime when you make any changes in the customer's array through the setState method, automatically React re-renders the particular element based on the change that you make. For example, if you make any changes in the photo property of the specific customer object, that specific img tag src attribute value gets updated by React DOM. Let's try this. So this dot set state, and I wish to update the customer's array property, and suppose I am passing an empty array. Since you supply empty array and click on the button, see the complete array got removed. It's because you have really updated the state of the component. It immediately renders by the React. So instead of overwriting the complete array, first let me update the photo of the specific customer. So where customer array equal to get customers from the state of the current working component, and in this array go to the specific index based on the value that you have received through the parameter and update the photo property of the same. For example, I am trying to change the ID as 104, and then I am trying to give the same as customer's array value here. So as soon as you try to supply the array, because of the setState method, automatically React updates the particular image in the specific customer. Let's try here. Suppose I click on the change picture button for the third customer this time. Automatically, as you can see, the picture has been changed for the same. And let's try once again. I click on the change picture button for the 5th customer. As you can see, the same image gets updated here. This is how do you update the state of the array by using setState method. So always keep in mind such that the array is the background information which renders as a table in the output. Any element or information that you want to change here, you can update the same in the corresponding array in the state so that React automatically updates the same in the corresponding table. This is how to make dynamic changes in the array in React. I have just added some comments in the same method for your clarity. In this lecture, our goal is to create the shopping cart application which displays the list of products as shown here. In this case, the shopping cart is the component and each product is another component. That means we are nesting the components here, where shopping cart is the parent component in which the child component called product component has been rendered. That means the shopping cart component is the parent component and the product component is the child component which is rendered through the loop. So here each product is an instance of product component. So let's come back to our application. Currently in the main content component, we are displaying customers list. So let us convert the same into customers component where we can create another component called shopping cart component that displays the list of products. Let us rename this main content component as customers list.jsx, and in this customers list.jsx the component class name is customers list, and we don't want to render it right now. Instead, I would like to render shopping cart component. So let us create a new file in the src folder, that is shoppingcart.jsx. Import essential React and component, and creating the component called shopping cart. And I would like to render this particular shopping cart component in the app.jsx file. So switch to app.jsx file. Instead of rendering main content, let us render shopping cart and import shopping cart class from shoppingcart.jsx file. Now switch back to shoppingcart.jsx file. Have a method called render, and in this render method I would like to return a div tag with some default content as shopping cart. Now it displays shopping cart in the output. And I go to public index.html file, change the title tag as eCommerce, and then go to navbar.jsx file, change the application name as eCommerce. So as you can see, the browser title as well as the application title has been changed as eCommerce. Now, inside the shoppingcart.jsx file, let's make this as a heading. that is shopping cat. And in this particular div tag, I would like to render a set of products. So first we have to store the list of products as an array in the state of the shopping cat component. So in the state of the shopping cat, we have a list of products, and each product contains ID, product name, price, and quantity. And let me add few more products. So I have added some data in the products array of the state in the shopping cat component. I would like to render this list of products in this div tag, but each product must be represented as another component called product component. So I would like to render this particular UI of the product as a separate component, and that component should be repeated once for each item in the array. So let us create another component called product component. Right click on src, new file, product.jsx file, in which I would like to create a new component called product component. So inside the product.jsx file, import React and other default elements. And written something like product. I would like to invoke this particular product component for each element inside the shopping cat. So read the set of elements from the products array and render product component in this place. So how will you read the elements from the array? That is through map method, right? So this state.products.map, and we have an arrow function. This arrow function will be executed once for each element in the array. And this is the closing for the arrow function. This is closing for the map function. And this is the closing for the expression of React. And this arrow function receives each element as an argument, which can be received here as, for example, prod. You can give it any name. And in this arrow function, you can return an instance of product. That means for each element of the array, it produces a new instance of product component. Here, you are invoking product component inside the shopping cat component, right? Since you are invoking one component in another component, the component which you are invoking is called as child component, and where you are invoking that component is called as parent component. So shopping cat component is the parent component here, and product component is the child. In the similar way, suppose if we switch back to app.jsx file, in the app component you are invoking NavBar and shopping cat. So NavBar and shopping cat are the child components of app component. Again, switch back to shopping cat component. You are generating one instance of product component once for each element in the array. Now in the browser, you are getting an error saying that product is not defined. It's because we have to import product component from the mentioned file. So import product from which file? That is product.jsx file. So as you can see, since we have 6 products in the array, 6 times the product component has been repeated. That means 6 instances of product component has been created. But here the big question is that how will you supply the data from parent component to child component? Here, I would like to supply the data from parent component to child component. How is that possible? That's what the topic for the next lecture. In the browser console, we are getting an error saying that each child in a list should have a unique key, that is key property. So remember this, wherever you're rendering an element by using map method in the React, you must be specifying the key because internally React identifies each instance of the element by using the key property. So that is the reason while rendering product component, we have to specify the key. The key must be the unique value in your data source. In our example, we have ID property which is the unique. It's not necessarily globally unique and not necessarily a number. It can be even string or GUID or whatever the data type it may be, it must be unique. Generally, we use the ID as a key here. So I am specifying prod dot, that means product dot ID. Now that error has been cleared out in the console, but the question is that how will you supply the data to the product component so that it can show up the saved information inside the product component? The data is originally available in the shopping cart component state. The same must be supplied to the product component. Wherever the product component is being invoked, there exactly we have to supply that value. For example, shopping cart component wants to supply ID of the product to the product component. So it can supply the same as a property here. For example, ID is equal to prod.id. You might be wondering why we have to supply the same ID once again, because already we are supplying the same in key. It's because key is internally used by React and the developer no longer has access to the same to print out. That is the reason whichever the data we have to print or access in future in the product component, that must be supplied while invoking the child component. So here I am supplying ID equal to product.id. This prod is the variable which we are receiving through map arrow function. For the first time, the variable prod represents the first product, and next time prod represents the second product. And you can give any name instead of prod. Now let us access the same in the product component. Here I am just adding hash and then followed by actual ID. How will you access this particular ID property which is supplied here? All the properties that are supplied from the parent to child are by default stored in the object literal called props. So every child component, in fact every component contains a predefined property called props, which refers to an object that contains all the property values that are supplied from the parent with this kind of syntax. In this case, it contains only one property called ID. Let's display the same, that is props.id. So as you can see, the ID has been displayed here as hash. Of course, hash is a constant character or literal character, ignore it. But this is the actual ID value that is supplied from the parent to child. So, the parent supplies the information to the child by using the properties like this, and all those property values are accessible in the child by using props. Optionally, just for observation, you can print it out. So in the render method, I am just writing console.log of this.props. As you can see in the console, you can see ID equal to 1 for the first instance and ID equal to 2 for the second instance. Totally, we have 6 instances of the product component. That's why it is showing up 6 times. For one component, only one props object exists. And notice carefully, in the props object, you will not see key. Here, key is undefined. You can only access ID but not key, whereas key is internally accessible by React to uniquely identify each instance of the element. React identifies which element is being added, removed, and changed by using key internally. But how will you supply multiple values other than ID? For example, I would like to supply the product name, that is prod.product name, and also price. Now, we are supplying 3 values into the props, that is ID, product name, and price. All these values are accessible in the product component. Now, switch to product component. Let's display all that information in the product.jsx file. For representation of each product, I am using Bootstrap card. If you are not sure about Bootstrap card, card is the box or rectangular representation of information where you can render something about a particular person or particular product or something else. Here, each product is represented as a card. In order to create Bootstrap card, the class name must be card, and inside which we must be having another div tag called card body. Inside the card body, you can write your actual content to show. In this case, you are taking another div tag with the text muted, that means with gray color, and then print the static character called hash, that means ID. Then how will you access the actual value of the product? That is this.props.id. This property name which you are using here must be same what you pass from the shopping cart component. Here you are writing ID in lowercase. You must use the same property name here while rendering in the product component. So as you can see, each product is represented as a card, and in gray color, the ID has been displayed here. And if you can notice, each props object contains 3 values now, that is ID, product name, and price. So you can access either of these properties through this.props. Now continue writing the code in the product component. Add heading, that is h5, that is along with padding, that means spacing around the content, along with border top, so top line border, inside which you will display product name. And how will you access the product name? That is this.props.product name. And in above case, it must be class name, but not class. So as you can see, it displays heading 5. And I would like to have padding only for top side, that is padding top. And on the next line, I would like to add price, dollar as a static character, and then dynamically render props.price. So the first div tag displays the ID, and then name, and then price of the same. So this is the card which displays ID, name as well as price. But there is no any distance or gap between each card. Let's apply some margin for the card. So while rendering the card, add M1 or M2, that means margin. So there is some distance between each card. And by default, the cards are displayed line by line. How will you render the same side by side? In order to do so, come back to the shopping cart component. While rendering the products, we have a div tag, right? So for this div tag, apply the class name called row. That means we are taking up a Bootstrap row. And as per the Bootstrap recommendations, apply the class name called container fluid for the shopping cart. The container fluid manages the default margins of the page. This is the code of the shopping cart component. Now, the size of the card is not correctly aligned. As you can see, it displays all the cards side by side. Now, let us switch to product component, that is product.jsx file. So already we have created a row in the shopping cart component. Let us add call LG6. That means on the small or large devices, it has to occupy 6 columns out of 12. And let us paste the content of the card inside the call LG6. Sorry, it must be class name. And class name must be camel case for the card body. So let's check it out. As you can see, all the products are displayed side by side. That means it displays 2 products in a row. But when you switch to smaller devices, you can see all the cards displayed line by line instead of side by side. It's because we have given call LG6 instead of call 6. That means it has to take up 6 columns on the larger or higher devices, but by default it occupies 12 columns on the smaller devices. So overall, the shopping cart component is the parent component that invokes product component as a child. And in the child component called product component, we grab the information from the parent by using this.props. This.props is the built-in property in the product component that contains the list of properties that are supplied from the parent while invoking the child. So every component contains 2 things, that is props and state. So what's the difference? Props is the set of values that is supplied from the parent component while invoking the child component. See, in this case, in the shopping cart component, we are invoking the child component called product. So, whatever the properties that are supplied here is called as props for the child component called product. But state is the own and private to the same component itself. The state of one component cannot be accessible from other component. So even though shopping cart component is the parent and the product component is the child, each component has its own state. And one component cannot access the state of other component. For example, in the child component called product component, if there is some state value, for example, x equal to 100, this value is private and own information of the same component cannot be influenced from other component. That is the difference between state and props. And another difference is, props is always be read-only, but state can be read and write. So as a developer, you cannot change the value of the props, but you can anytime update the state by using setState method. For example, if you write a statement such as this.props.id equal to 100 and execute the same application, you are getting an error saying that cannot assign to read-only property called id of object. That's because props always be read-only. So that is what I'm trying to say. You cannot modify the value of props that always comes from the parent component to child component. But state can be anytime changed by using setState method. Of course, you should not assign the value of the state property directly. You must use the setState method only because every time when you use the setState method, internally React calls the render method to reflect the same information into the browser DOM. And in our application, instead of printing the props value directly in the expressions, you can take up this information into the state so that if needed, you can modify the same later. To do so, let's declare the properties in state, that is for example id, get the value of the props and assign the same into state.id. In the same way, you can repeat name equal to, that is product name equal to this.props.product name, and in the same way price. So as you can see, the product component state has three properties, that is id, product name and price. Let's render the same here. Instead of this.props, we are writing this.state.id. Same way this.state.product name and this.state.price. Now, this state can be updated within the same child element. The benefit here is that, if required, the child component can update the state, but it doesn't affect the parent one. And the output remains same, that is id, name as well as price. And let me reduce the padding top as padding 2, that is pt2. And there is another alternative for the same. Instead of passing loose values from the parent component to child component, you can pass the whole product object at a time, which includes id, product name and price. Let's try this. Let me supply product instead of individual properties, that is, just directly pass the parameter called product, that is prod. In this case, the props contains only one property called product. So props is an object that contains only one property called product, and that refers to the complete product object, include id, product name, price, quantity. So as per the props point of view, only one property is there, that is product, and it is an object. Now let's update the code of the product component accordingly. Switch back to the product component. Instead of accessing this.props.id, you should access this.props.product.id. Here, the property name product is supplied in the parent component. And let's continue the same for remaining properties. That is this.props.product.product name and so on. And it's working as expected in the output. So the props contain a property called product, which refers to an object which contains id, product name, price and quantity. And there is alternative way for the same. Instead of copying each individual value into the state, you can also have single property called product in the state. So in the product component, we have only one property in the state, that is product. That refers to directly this.props.product. So you need not have individual properties for ID, name and price. So in this case, while rendering, you should write like this.state.product.id, because in the state you have only one property called product that is equivalent to product property that you supply from the parent, and this.props.product is equivalent to product object from the product array, which contains ID, product name, price and quantity. You can access the complete object through this.state.product. That is why you are writing this.state.product.id and update the same for product name and price. So there are multiple ways to supply and receive the information from parent to child. So overall, which is best policy? Either supplying individual values or supplying the whole product object at a time? See, if you want to supply the complete object including all the properties without adding anything to the child, then this approach will be better. But if you wish to supply only set of properties but wants to hide some sort of properties, in that case, the previous approach would be better. For example, the parent wants to supply only ID and product name but don't want to supply the price and quantity. In that case, supplying individual properties is the better choice. But in our application right now, I don't want to hide any information to the child. In that case, supplying the whole object at a time like this is the better choice. So overall, in the shopping cart component, we are supplying the complete product object while invoking the child. And this property called product is accessible as this.props.product, and its reference is stored in the state.product in the child component. So this is how it is working as of now. While invoking the child component, the parent component can supply a set of HTML tags as content to the child component. See, currently we are in the shopping cart component, and here exactly we are invoking the child component called product. So, in between the opening and closing tag of the product, you can actually supply some HTML tag, and that is called content. For example, here I am writing some HTML tag such as h1 hello. This is called as content that is supplied to child apart from the props. So, the parent can supply two types of information to the child, that is props as well as content. In the previous lectures, we are able to receive the props and print the same in the respect to child. But how will you render this particular content in the child? It is as simple as this.props.children. For example, in the product component, that is inside the shoppingcart.jsx file, I am trying to render a button with class name of btn and btn primary, that means blue color. And for example, I am trying to add buy now. So I am supplying the button from the parent to the child. So how will the child render the same? By default, it's not rendered in the child anywhere. So you cannot see any buy now button by default in the child component. But how will you render the same? Now switch to the child component, that is product.jsx. You decide the place where exactly you wish to render the same. For example, below the price as the card footer, I would like to render the same. So after closing the card body, you try to start something called card footer. Inside the card footer, I would like to render that particular button. And that button must be right side, so I am trying to add text right. So inside the card footer, I am trying to enter something called this.props.children. Here, children is a predefined property in props which represents the content that is supplied from the parent. Before a moment, we are supplying the button from the parent, isn't it? So this particular button tag is represented as this.props.children in the child component. Let's check it out. As you can see, in the footer you can see something called by now, and the same reflects in the this.props in the console.log as well. So the props has a property called children, which represents the React element of the button. So this is the React element and type equal to button. And of course, we also have product object along with children. This is how a parent component supplies content to child component, and child component renders the same anywhere in the desired place. Here the question is, how to handle the events of child elements in the parent component. For example, in the child component, that is product component, there is some button, and I would like to handle the click event of that button in the parent component called shopping cart component. So how to do that? First, let us create the button. In the card footer, I am taking two boxes, that is left side and right side, with the float left and float right. And in the right side box, I am trying to place the this.props.children, and that represents the actual buy now button. And inside the float left, here I would like to add plus and minus buttons for the quantity. First, let me take a span tag with badge, and let's enter the quantity, that is this.state.product.quantity, and the default value of quantity is by default 0 as per the array, and this must be class name but not the class. And after the badge, I would like to add two buttons as a button group. The first button is for plus and second button is for minus. And let me remove this text right CSS class. Alright. So we have two buttons, that is plus and minus. By clicking on the plus button, I would like to increase this value, and minus for decrementing the quantity. But instead of handling the click event of these buttons inside the same component class, that is the child class component, I want to handle the click event of these buttons in the parent component, that is shopping cart component. So how to do that? Let's switch back to the shopping cart component, and after completion of the render method, let's add another method here, that is, for example, handle increment equal to an arrow function. So this particular arrow function should be executed when we click on the plus button over there. And let me add another method called handle decrement, and this must be executed when we click on the minus button over there. And I would like to pass these two methods as props. So while invoking the child component, that is product component, let's apply onIncrement equal to this dot handle increment. That means, hey child component, I am giving you a method called onIncrement so that you can use this method in order to handle the event in the child component. In the similar way, let me supply handle decrement. So these methods are available as onIncrement and onDecrement properties inside the this.props of child component. So let's go to product component, that is the child component. Now you have access to this.props.onIncrement and onDecrement. See, in the browser console also, you can check the props. It contains onIncrement as well as onDecrement, and those are the functions. Let's handle the click event of the buttons and bind these methods, that is onIncrement and onDecrement respectively for these two buttons. So in the product component, for the first button, onClick, that is equal to this.props.onIncrement. In the same way, for the second button, onClick equal to this.props.onDecrement. Notice the name. It is not handle increment and handle decrement, but it is onIncrement, onDecrement. The actual method names, that is handle increment and handle decrement, is not the matter here, because the names that you mentioned here is considered to be a part of the props. So only these property names must be used here in the props, but not the actual method names. So let's add some console.log message in the handle increment and handle decrement inside the shopping cart component. So this is handle increment and this is handle decrement. Let's check it out. I clear the console and click on any one of these buttons. As you can see, it calls handle increment method that is created in the parent component. Actually, click event was raised in the child component, but the corresponding method of the parent component executes. In the same way, if you click on the minus button, you can see the handle decrement method executes. This is how you handle the click event of the child component in the parent component. That means the events are originally raised in the child component and those are handled in the parent component. But here the question is that, how will you supply the information, that means arguments, to the event handler methods? So in the click event of the child component, I would like to supply the arguments to the parent component method. Anytime when you are trying to pass event arguments, you must be using array function, right? So make this as array function, and then you can call the method instead of mentioning the method name. And then you can supply essential argument values that you want. For example, I would like to supply the complete product object reference that is present in the this.state. So I am supplying the argument of this.state.product to the onIncrement method. So when the user clicks on this particular plus button, first this array function execution starts. As a part of that, we are calling the onIncrement method of the parent and supplying the current product information as argument to that particular method. And let's remove the same in the respect to shopping cart component. Now I am inside the shopping cart component, that is the parent component. Let me remove the product and display the same for our information in the console.log. Let's repeat the same for remaining other method, that is handle decrement. So switch to product component, make this click event as arrow function and call the handle decrement method, and then supply the this.state.product as argument. Means you are supplying the current product object as argument to the respective method. And then switch to shopping cart component. Let's receive the same product and display the same in the console.log. So overall, the click event raises in the child component, that is product component. You are calling the method of the parent and supplying the current product as argument to the same. So let's execute this. I am clearing the console and click on plus button for any component. So I click on plus button here. As you can see, it invokes handle increment and has reference to the product, that is the product which you click here. In the same way, if you click on minus button for the same, it calls handle decrement and has reference of the same product. So you can access the same values, that is ID, product name, price and quantity, and even if you want you can update the same. Let's try it. I wish to really update the quantity value, so by default it is 0. Let's either increment or decrement it based on the button. Now switch to the shopping cart component.jsx file. How will you update the quantity? If you write like product.quantity equal to quantity plus 1, it doesn't work really. Because React will not re-render the information when you directly assign the value into a specific property or specific array. Check the output. I click on the plus button here, nothing increments. But internally, the property value is being updated every time. But it doesn't reflect in the real output. It's because every time when you are expecting some change in the output, that means expecting some change in the state, you must use setState method. You should not update the value of any property directly in the state. How can you do that? First, we have to identify the reference of this product object in the products array which you got here. In order to do so, let's use index of method of the JavaScript arrays. Before that, let's clone the products array into a local variable. For example, all products equal to, just clone everything of this.state.products. In ECMAScript 2015, the spread operator, that is 3 dots, gets all elements from the particular array. So all the elements of this particular array will be copied into a new array into this particular reference variable. That means we have a clone of this array into this new variable. So from this clone, you have to search for a specific product by using index of method. Index of the product parameter that you receive from the child component. So this method gives you the actual index of the specific product. And let's print the same. Let's check the output as of now. I cleared the browser console and click on any one plus button here. As you can see, it displays the index that is 2. That means we have clicked on the product at index number 2. So we have the index with us. Based on the index, you can access the specific element directly from the array, right? That means from this array, we can access the index number 2, that is Samsung QLED TV. So the same array has been cloned into all products, right? So you can access all products of index. So overall, you are fetching the product object based on the index. Let's check the output as of now. I cleared the browser console and click on the plus button for Xbox. As you can see, you can access the product object based on the index. Now, in this object, you have to apply the quantity value. So, you should write like all products of index.quantity plus plus, because you want to increment the value. And this particular quantity has been updated in the clone of the array, but not in the original array. The state still contains the old information before updating. So how will you update these changes into the actual state? That should be done only by using setState method of the component. So this dot setState, and which property you wish to update? Products. And what is the new information? That is all products. And notice now this all products array contains the updated quantity which is incremented here. So the complete array will be overwritten in this place of products property, so that React compares the actual value which is really updated and updates the same exactly in the browser DOM instead of re-render the same. So if you think the complete product details will be updated in the browser DOM, it is wrong. It really compares which value really updated. Only that specific information will be reflected in the respective browser DOM. So as you can see, switch to Elements in the Developer Tools and right click on your plus button and say Inspect. Now you are pointing to plus button of the particular element and try to click on the plus button there. As you can see, it really updates only the number 2 instead of 1. I keep clicking the plus button. Every time it updates only span, so it highlights only the span tag but not any other HTML tag. So that's what React will do. It updates only the specific HTML tag instead of re-rendering the complete browser DOM. Anyways, here you can see the change in the quantity. So overall, what are you trying to do is that first, user clicks on the button of the child, that is plus button for example. Then you are invoking the onIncrement method of the parent and supplying the current product as argument for the same. Now in the shopping cart component, that is parent component, the handle increment method executes and you receive the product object as argument, which is supplied by the child. Then you clone the complete products array into all products variable. Then get the index of the supplied product argument. For example, you got the index number 2 and update the value directly in that quantity property and overwrite the changes in the state by using only setState method. This is how you update the state. Let's clean up the code, that is, remove the console.log statements. Now, let us repeat the same logic for the handle decrement method also. Here, the logic remains same, only the difference is instead of you write plus plus, you are writing minus minus. So I just copy and pasted the same code. Instead of plus plus, I am writing minus minus. So let's re-execute the same. Now you can use plus button to increase the value of the quantity, and you can use minus button for a decrease in the quantity. But there is a small issue here. If you keep clicking minus button, it becomes unlimited. It goes negative value as well. And another issue is that if you keep clicking plus button, there is no upper limit, so it increments up to unlimited number. Suppose you want to keep upper limit for the quantity increment. Suppose you wish it should be maximum 10. So how will you keep validation, that is minimum 0 and maximum 10? So before increasing or decreasing, we have to check the condition. If the condition is matching, that means if it is between 0 to 10, then only it must be incremented or decremented respectively. But what if you want to change it in future? Let's say the child wants to supply the minimum and maximum value, and accordingly the parent should work. So instead of hard coding the minimum and maximum values in the parent component, let's child dynamically supply the same. So while calling onIncrement method from the child component, let's pass the argument value. Currently, I am writing the code in the child component, that is product component. In the click event of the plus button, while calling the onIncrement method, let's supply some argument value, that is the maximum value for incrementation. Suppose maximum value, for example, 10. So that in future, whatever the maximum value that child requires, it can supply. You can change it later, for example, 20 or 30. And in the similar way, let's supply minimum value for decrementation. Let it be 0, for example. So onIncrement has two arguments, that is the reference of the current product and max value. And onDecrement method has two arguments. One is reference of the current product and minimum value for the quantity. Let's receive the same in the parent component, that is shopping cat component. So switch to shopping cat component. Here in the arguments, you can receive something called max value, and in the handle decrement, you can receive the min value. In the handle increment method, before incrementation, let me check. If the quantity value is less than the max value, then only we have to increment it and update the state. Otherwise, you need not increment and you need not set the state. So there is no need of else case. Whenever the quantity is less than the max value, then only the quantity must be incremented and update the state. Similarly, let me check the condition in the handle decrement method also. If the current quantity of the current product is greater than the min value, then only we have to decrease the value and update the state. Otherwise, nothing need to be done, so there is no else case for the same. Now, let's check the output. So, I click on the plus button. It keeps incrementing up to 10. But after that, even though I click on plus button, there is no any change in this output because we checked the condition before real incrementation. And in the same way, let's use the minus button. So 10 becomes 9 and so on up to 0. And after 0, it should stop, right? But in this case, it is working even for -1. But after that, I cannot decrement. Anyways, let's fix this issue of -1. Here, unwantedly, I have just added equal to. So it should be if quantity is greater than min value, then only it must be decremented, but not for equal to. Let's try again. So I click on minus button. See, there is no change in the value because the minimum value is 0 here. You can increment by using plus up to 10 and decrement the value. And in the same way, you can try updating all remaining quantity of all the products. It works as expected. This is how you handle the events of the child by using parent component. Now, I would like to create delete button for each product. So if I click on the delete button for the product, that product must be deleted from the list. In order to do so, let's display the into mark, that means delete mark, by using FontAwesome package. As of now, we have not yet imported FontAwesome package. So let's install the same first. Open the command prompt window and locate C:\React, my first app, and install the package called FontAwesome. That is by using npm install FontAwesome-save. FontAwesome is one of the third-party packages which provides plenty of icons which can be used in the applications, such as arrow marks, plus symbol, and many more icons. This is the official site of FontAwesome, that is fontawesome.com. Here you can search for icons whatever you wish. For example, I am just writing arrow. You can see plenty of icons of arrow here. Some of the icons are free and some other are pro version. That means requires payment. Anyways, let's use the free icons for a time being. And when you install this particular package, it provides fontawesome.css file on your node_modules folder. Let's import the same. So I am writing the code in the index.js file. After importing your Bootstrap, import FontAwesome package, and under CSS folder, import fontawesome.css file. So now you have successfully integrated FontAwesome in your application. You are ready to use any icon from the same. Now go to the child component, that is product component. At the top of the card, that means here, I would like to display the delete button towards the right. That means I would like to show a delete button at the top right corner of the card. So after printing ID of the product, let's add a span tag, and that must be present at the right side, so pull right, and use the font awesome. So by using font awesome, you're displaying the into mark, that is FE-times. So this displays the into mark, that means delete button at the top right corner of each product. Let's apply hand symbol, that means hand icon, when you hover on the same. So switch to the CSS file, that is index.css. Let's add a custom class, that is hand-icon with cursor pointer. It is the user-defined CSS class. And already we have imported index.css file in the index.js file. So straight away we can use that class in the product.jsx file. So in the span tag here, let's add the class name, that is hand-icon, so that you can see hand icon when you hover on the same. Now, when the user clicks this, I would like to execute some method in the parent component, just like what we have done in case of plus and minus buttons. So go to the parent component, that is shopping cart component. After completion of the handle increment method, let's add one more method, that is handle delete. And let us receive the product object as argument. And let's get the index of the product just like above. Based on the index, we have to delete the corresponding product, isn't it? So all products.splice of index, 1. That means starting from the specified index, one element will be removed in the all products array. Now we have to reflect the same changes in the state.products. That is done by using setState method, right? So this is the statement for the same. If you think like you want to remove the element directly in the state.products, it never happens. You need to clone the array into all products variable, and you need to remove the element in the all products and overwrite the same changes into the state.products. That is by using setState method. This is how it works. Now let us call this particular method in the click event of the child. Before that, the parent has to supply this particular method reference while invoking the child here. So while invoking the product component, you need to supply the reference of the handle delete as, for example, onDelete. Here handle delete is the actual method name, and onDelete is just reference name for the same, which is represented in the props. You can use the same name in both cases, or you can use different name for avoiding the confusion. So in the child component props, you can see the properties such as onIncrement, onDecrement, and onDelete, but actual method names are handle increment, handle decrement, and handle delete respectively. And now you can use this property in the child component. Now switch to the child component, that is product component. Near the span tag, let's apply the onClick event. So when the user clicks on this delete button, have an arrow function, and there you can invoke the props.onDelete and supply essential argument of product, that is this.state.product. So when the user clicks on this particular span tag, you are calling onDelete method, that is onHandleDelete method in the parent component, and supplying the current product as argument, which will be eventually deleted in the parent component itself. So let's run this. So if you click on the plus button over here, you can see the same has been deleted. You can click any delete button of all the products. So whichever the delete button you click, the same is being removed from the parent component. How does it work? So first user clicks on the delete button in the child component, and you are calling the onDelete method of the parent and supplying the current product. So in the parent component, in the handleDelete method, you are receiving the currently clicked selected product and removing the same element based on the index in the all products and overwriting the updated all products in the state.products. Then React compares the previous state and this state and identifies the changes. It identifies that the specific object has been deleted from the array, and accordingly it will re-execute the map method so that the corresponding element will be removed from the array. This is how when you click on delete button, the corresponding element is being removed from the DOM. But suppose you would like to show a confirmation dialog box before deleting. How can you do that? So in the handleData method in the parent component, that is shopping cat component, let's add something called confirm with message "are you sure to delete?" That is exactly window.confirm. So if the user clicks on the OK button, then this confirm method returns true. Then you are removing the element and updating the state in the current component. Otherwise, you are not deleting anything, so there is no need of any else case. Let's re-verify the same. So I click on delete button for the first one, and it is asking me, are you sure to delete? If I click on OK, then only it removes. But next time I click on cancel, it's not removing anything. It remains same as it is. This is how you delete the elements of the child components from the parent component. React is responsible to render the components and manage the component at runtime. That means React is responsible to completely manage the lifecycle of the components. During the execution of the components, React executes some predefined methods internally at different phases, and those are called as lifecycle phases. Totally, every React component contains 4 phases, that is mounting phase, updating phase, unmounting phase, and error handling phase. At each phase of the component, different methods will be executed. The developer can use those methods in order to manage the component and load the information from the server, and also make the component re-render or avoid re-rendering the component wherever it is not necessary. So it is necessary for the developer to know what methods will be executed at which phase and what kind of code can be written at each method. The mounting phase is the phase where the instance of the component is being created and rendered for the first time into the DOM. For example, you have a component called shopping cart component. When you execute that particular shopping cart component, the shopping cart component will be mounted, that means rendered on the browser. During that process, the mounting phase will be executed. As a part of that, 3 methods will be executed of your component class, that is constructor, render, component did mount. They execute in the same order as they mentioned. Every time when the property value or state is changed, the updating phase will trigger out. In this case, render component did update will be executed. And at the time of leaving or closing the application, the unmounting phase will be executed. Generally, this happens only when the routing is enabled and the user navigates to another route from the current route. Or it also executes whenever the parent component removes the instance of child component. And finally, the error handling phase will be executed whenever React identifies an error during the rendering or lifecycle method or constructor of the child component. For example, we have a shopping cart component which contains children of product components. While executing any one of the product component, it has an error. So that leads to error handling phase of the shopping cart component. Or during the render method of the shopping cart component itself, there is an error. At that moment also, error handling phase of the shopping cart component occurs. In this phase, only one method, that is component did catch method, executes. If you can check React docs, there are some additional methods that you can identify. For example, get derived state from props, etc. But those methods are noted as extremely rarely used methods by React docs itself. Here, we are focusing on only the methods that are really useful and frequently used in the real-world applications. So 90% of the times, we use these methods in the real-world applications. So, how and when we use these respective methods at different phases? We will understand about each phase by lecture in this section. First, let me demonstrate mounting phase to you. As a part of the mounting phase, the constructor, render, and component did mount methods will be executed in the same sequence. The constructor is suitable for initialization of the state and binding the event handler methods. But what you should not do in the constructor is that you should not make HTTP requests or fetch the data from database or something. In the render method, you should not update any changes to the props or state. That means you should not use set state or anything like that in the render method. But the render method should return the UI as a HTML element. And the component did mount method executes after execution of the constructor, render, and the complete lifecycle of all the children. Let me demonstrate all these three practically. So we are taking the example of shopping cart component and product component. Here, shopping cart component is the parent in which one or more product component instances are displayed like this. So this is your shopping cart component, and each box, that is each product, is an instance of product component. We have 6 products in the array, so 6 instances of product component has been rendered. So in this context, inside the shopping cart component, I am trying to add something called constructor. By definition, the constructor executes as soon as an object is created for this particular class. That is the definition of object-oriented programming in other languages. But being in React, the constructor will be converted as a function, so there is no object for this class actually, to be frank. The constructor executes when the component is mounted, that means execution started. The major thing that you will do in the constructor is initialization of the state. In all the previous lectures, we are directly initializing the state property by assigning an object literal into the state property. That is one way. The alternative way for the same is that you can initialize the same state in the constructor by using this dot state equal to something. So you can do either of these. Either outside the constructor state equal to object, or in the constructor this dot state equal to object. And moreover, the constructor is the only one place where you can directly initialize the state by writing this dot state equal to. In nowhere else, that means in nowhere other methods, you should assign the values into the state directly by assigning. That means if you try to assign this dot state equal to something in other methods such as render, it is not valid. In all the methods except constructor, you must use this dot set state in order to make updates in the state. So, if you run this application now, in the browser console we are getting errors. That is, must call super constructor in the derived class before accessing this or returning from derived constructor. Which means that you must call the super class constructor inside your derived class constructor, that is shopping cat component constructor. So you should write like super. So by this statement you are calling the super class constructor. What is the super class here? The component class. So from this statement you are calling the super class constructor, that is the constructor of the component class, that is the parent class. Now that error is cleared out. And moreover, in this case the problem is that in case if someone has supplied some props for this component, that will miss out. Because the superclass constructor expects a parameter called props that must be supplied from this statement. So how will you receive the props which are supplied by some other components while invoking the shopping cat component? For example, we are invoking the shopping cat component from app.jsx file. So in the app.jsx file, suppose you supply some value such as x equal to 10. So this x value will be received into the constructor. So in the shopping cat component, the constructor by default receives those props, and you can initialize the same in your current working component by passing the same to the parent class constructor. So first you are receiving all the props that are supplied from your parent component, that is app component, and you are passing the same to the parent class constructor. So these properties will be initialized in the props property of the current working class. So this is the common code that you will write in every component. So it's a three-step process. First, the parent component supplies one or more props that will be received into the constructor first, and then you are repassing the same to the parent class constructor. Those will be initialized in the current working component then. In that way, the props is really available in your component. So anytime when you are creating the constructor in your component class, don't forget to call the parent class constructor by using super and also supply the props for the same. So, what code should not be written in the constructor is that you should never make HTTP requests inside the constructor. The same can be made in the component did mount method because that executes after completion of all the component lifecycle of all the child components that are rendered inside the render method. So, as a sequence of execution, first the constructor of your component executes, and then your render method of your component executes. As a part of that, in case if you invoke any other child components, for example, we are invoking some XYZ component, the complete lifecycle of XYZ component executes, starting from constructor, render, and the component did mount. And after completion of the lifecycle of XYZ component and other child components, the component did mount method of your shopping cart component executes. So let me add it. After the render method, I am trying to add a method called component did mount. So this method executes after the constructor and render method of the current working component, including the lifecycle of all the child components if any used in the render method. So this method is the perfect time to make any HTTP requests to fetch data from database or any other data source. But as of this lecture, we are not making any HTTP requests to fetch data from data source. We will do that later in the further sections. But for a time being, let me add console.log messages for each place. That means in the constructor first. So console.log of constructor of shopping cart, and I'm adding a console.log message in the render method. And also after that, I'm trying to add a console.log message in the component did mount method of the same component. So let us see the output to identify the sequence of execution. As you can see, first it has begun with constructor of the shopping cart component, then render method of the shopping cart. All the child components have been executed. That means the complete lifecycle of child components execute here. And after that, the component did mount method of shopping cart component executes. This is how do you understand the mounting phase of your lifecycle of React component. In the next lecture, we will demonstrate updating phase. Let's focus on updating phase. Whenever the props or state is changed by the developer, the updating phase executes. The props are supplied from the parent component and the state is the own of the same component itself. So whenever either of these props or state has been changed at runtime, the updating phase will be triggered out. As a part of that, the render and component did update methods will execute in the same sequence. First, the render method executes, which returns a HTML element and that is treated as a React element and that is treated as a virtual DOM. Then React compares the new virtual DOM with the old virtual DOM which was already rendered and identifies the differences or changes. If any changes are found, the corresponding changes will be updated in the browser DOM. In this case, this render method is the same which was already written in your component. But let me add the component did update method. So inside your shopping cart component, already we have the constructor Let me minimize it for clarity. And then we have render method. And then we have component did mount method. And after that, let me add component did update method. And let's have a console.log message. And update U is uppercase. Let's test it. As you can see, first constructor, then render method, and lifecycle of all the children, and after that component did mount method executes. Notice there is no component did update method executes here. So whenever there is some change in the props or state, then only the update phase will be executed, right? So for initial render, component did update method will not be executed. For example, let me click on this plus button to increase the quantity. So in this case, only it has executed the render method, the lifecycle of all the children, and then the component did update method executes. Let me clear the browser console and try again. So I click on the plus button, the render method of the shopping cart component, lifecycle of all the children, and then component did update method executes. So the component did update method indicates that all the children have been loaded successfully in the current working component. And in this component did update method, you have two automatic arguments, that is prev props and prev state. That indicates previous properties and previous state. And already we have the current properties and current state. If needed, you can check it out. That is this dot props and this dot state. So totally I am printing 4 values through this console.log. One is the message, that is component did update, previous props, previous state, that are received as automatic parameters that are supplied by React automatically, and also the current working props and state of the current working component, that is shopping cart component itself. So let's run this. Of course, for initial render, component did update method will not execute, right? So let me clear the browser console and click on the plus button for any one component. For example, let's say plus. So as a result, the shopping cart component went to update phase because there is some change in the props. That means the products array have been updated by the parent component. So in this case, the render method executes and the lifecycle of all the child components execute. We have 6 components, that's why it shows this 6 times. And then only one time component did update executes for the shopping cart component. And this is the previous props. And this is the previous state. And this is your this dot props, that means the current props, and this is the current state. And what has been really changed is that if you can verify, there is no difference between the previous props and the current props. Both are x equal to 10, but there is some change in the state. So in the first case, you can notice the products with all quantity as 0, 0 for all the products. And in the current state, expand, you can see the quantity has been changed as 1 for Samsung QLED TV. So this is how you identify the changes or differences between the previous props and the current props, or previous state to current state. Sometimes you will have a logic, that is whenever there is some change in the particular property or particular element in the state or props, you want to make a HTTP request to fetch additional data from the server or make any other changes in the database. So, in that case, you are free to perform any kind of database operations by making HTTP requests in the component did update method. But always make sure you make HTTP calls conditionally but not unconditionally in this method. That means we have to check. For example, if previous props dot x equal to current props x value, then I don't want to make an HTTP call. If it is not equal to the x value, then I would like to make a HTTP call. So I should make HTTP call only when this condition is true, but not unconditionally. In case, if I make HTTP call unconditionally without checking any condition, it leads to performance issue because this method will be executed for each change in the state or props. In a real-world application, the state will be updated many times from various buttons or various clicks of the user. For example, your real-world application may consist of various buttons such as filtering, sorting, delete, new, etc. For each button click, the state may be updated, and each time the state is updated, the component goes to updating phase, and for each time this component did update method executes, right? So if you make HTTP call unconditionally, for each updating phase a HTTP request will be sent to the server, so it will be a performance issue. So that is the reason it is not advisable to make HTTP calls unconditionally in this method. But if you have a proper reason or logic, you can check your condition. If the specific condition is true, for example, if the user has entered this particular input value, then only you will make HTTP call in this component did update method. Otherwise, it is better to avoid such a HTTP call if you don't require so. So anyways, currently as per our application, we don't require an HTTP call in this case. So this is how do you understand the updating phase of the lifecycle of the component. Now let's focus on unmounting phase. In this phase, mainly one method will be executed, that is, component will unmount. This phase will be occurred before leaving or deleting the current instance of the component. Generally, this occurs when the user navigates to another route in case if routing is enabled, or when the parent component deletes the current instance of the current working child component. So in either of these cases, the component will unmount will be executed. And you will use this component will unmount method in order to unsubscribe, that means cancel the HTTP requests if any. So overall, you will place your cleanup code to cancel the HTTP requests in this method. Let me demonstrate this. So presently this condition is not required for us. Let me comment this out. And let me add the message called component did update for shopping cart. That is in the component did update method. So this particular component will unmount method will execute before deleting the current instance of the component, that is shopping cart component. In this method, let me add console.log message component will unmount for shopping cart. So let's run this. When the page is refreshed, that is called mounting phase. In that case, the constructor, render, the child component lifecycle, and component did mount method execute. After that, whenever some state or props has been changed, for example, I click on plus button, the render method, the lifecycle of all the child components, and then component did update methods execute. After that, when the user navigates to another route, for example, if the routing is enabled, the user clicks on another hyperlink in the navigation bar. In that case, component will unmount method will be executed for the shopping cart. But as of this stage, we have not enabled routing in this application, right? So that is the reason it doesn't trigger component will unmount method. But let me demonstrate the same for product component. So let's copy the same method into product component. So in the product component, after the render method, I am pasting the same. And let me make this as component will unmount for product. And let's run this. And let's clear the browser console. Now let's delete any one child component instance. For example, I click on close button or delete button for the Sony camera. And I say yes. As you can see, the component will unmount method has been executed for the product component because that specific instance of the product component has been cleared out. And after that, update phase has been executed for the shopping cart component. So it doesn't trigger component will unmount method of the shopping cart component. It executes only when the routing has been changed or the component has been removed by the parent, that is app.jsx file. This is how do you understand unmounting phase. What kind of code will you write in this component will unmount method? You can write some cleanup code to cancel HTTP requests if any. This is how do you understand unmount phase in the component lifecycle. In case of nested components, how does React manages the lifecycle of parent and child components? That means, will it perform the complete lifecycle of parent component first and then child component next? Or first child component and then parent component? Actually, you are rendering the child components through render method of the parent component, right? So, every time the render method is invoked, the child component's lifecycle will be performed, and after that it returns back to the parent component lifecycle. To understand this process clearly, let me demonstrate the lifecycle of the parent component, that is shopping cart component, and the child component, that is product component. So let's back to the code. In the shopping cart component, let me comment out all these products. Let's make it single product to avoid the confusion. So we have only one product, that is iPhone, and we have console.log messages in all the methods, that is in the constructor of the shopping cart and in the render method of the shopping cart component, and also in the component did mount method of the shopping cart component, and the component did update method of the shopping cart component, and component will unmount method of the shopping cart component. And these are event handler methods. We are not focusing on them. And now switching to product component, let me add those lifecycle methods in the product component too. So In the product component, let's add the constructor, and the constructor receives the props as argument which are supplied by the parent component, and you must repass the same to the parent class, that is the component base class, by using super keyword. So this will reset or overwrite the props of the current working component, and after that you can set the state by writing this dot state. So this dot state is equal to the state object that you have written already. And let me add the console.log message, and then another console.log message inside the render method, and after that adding component did mount method, and also component will unmount method. Alright, so these are all the methods that are added in the product component. So we have complete lifecycle methods of parent component, that is shopping cart component, as well as in the child component, that is product component. Let's test it. So when you run this application for the first time, by default it is in the mounting phase. As a part of the mounting phase, it begins with the lifecycle of the parent component, that is shopping cart. First the constructor of the shopping cart component, then render method of the shopping cart, and the constructor of the product, render method of the product, component did mount method of the product. So these three lines indicate the mounting phase of the child component, which executes after render method of the parent component. And after completion of the mounting phase of the child component, component did mount method executes for the parent component. So this is the total mounting phase, includes parent and child. Now when you click on any state update, for example plus or minus, let me clear the browser console. Let's click on plus button. Now it went to update phase for both components. First it begins with the update phase of the parent component, because the data of the parent component has been changed first. It begins with the render method of the shopping cart component. As a part of that, it calls the update phase of the child component, that is product component. So what methods must be executed for the child component update phase? That is render method and component did update method. So it executes the complete update phase of the child component, that includes render and component did update method of the child component. And after that, it executes the component did update method of the parent component. And now let me clear the browser console. Let me close or delete the child component by clicking on that close button. Now parent component went to update phase and the child component went to unmounting phase. So as a part of the update phase of the parent component, the render method and at last component did update method executes for the parent component. And in between, that is exactly after the render method of the parent component, the child component went to unmounting phase. So as a part of that, the component will unmount method has been executed as a part of unmounting phase of the child component. But still, we have not seen unmounting phase of the parent component, that is shopping cart component, because it has to be unmounted from the parent who invokes the shopping cart component that is from app.jsx. But to demonstrate this, we really require routing. We have not yet added routing in our application as of now. So let's ignore it. This is how do you understand parent-child component lifecycle in React. So overall, the conclusion is that each time the child component phase will be executed after the render method of the parent component. This is how do you understand the complete lifecycle of parent and child components in React. Whenever while executing a component or rendering a component or execution of any lifecycle method or while execution of any constructor of any child component, in all these cases, if any exception or runtime error is raised, in that case, the component did catch method automatically gets executed, and that comes under error handling phase. So, suppose you have a component, and while executing that component, that is in the render phase or lifecycle method or constructor of a child component, then this component did catch method automatically executes, which receives two parameters automatically, that is error and info. The first parameter, that is error, represents the actual error message which causes the error. And the second one, info, contains the additional information about the particular error, such as component stack. That means the list of methods that causes that particular error. See, in case if there is no error, this particular method will not execute. So, I am adding that method in the shopping cart component. That is, after component will unmount method, I am adding a method called component did catch, and it contains two arguments, that is error and info. These will be passed by React automatically, and let me print that console.log message error info. So when you run this application, as of now there is no any error, so that method did not execute. As you can see, there is no component did catch method executes for the shopping cart. But alternatively, let's make some changes to make it error. Suppose in the constructor of the child component, that is product component, let's make some changes. For example, instead of this.props.product, I am just writing PROUCT where D is missing. So this causes error while executing the child component, that is product component, which is being invoked as a part of the shopping cart component. You can add a statement to store that information in the local storage. So local storage dot last error equal to that error, and on the next line we want something called info. Here \n represents the next line character. So we are storing error and info details in the local storage.last error property, which will be available in the same browser. So like this, you can write any code in order to log that information somewhere in the memory. And we can convert the same into JSON format so that it will show up the details correctly. So let me add something called JSON.stringify of info. Sorry, the message must be component did catch. but not component unmount. Let's execute this. As you can see, whenever React identifies some error while executing the constructor of the product component, it raises an exception and the component did catch method executes for the parent component, that is shopping cat component. And this is the information of the first parameter, that is error. That means the complete details about the error. And after that, the second argument, that is info, is the component stack. That is a list of components that raises or causes or catches the exception. Actually, that error was originally raised in the product component, but has been accelerated to shopping cat component, and the same has been accelerated to app.jsx file. And you are going to store the information of error and info inside the local storage for future reference purpose. So, if you can check application and switch to local storage, you can see the details of last error along with the corresponding component stack. Like this, you can use your component did catch method for logging the errors somewhere in the memory, such as local storage. This is all how to use component did catch method in your application. And before the next lecture, I will be removing or commenting these console.log messages in order to keep the browser console clean to make it clear to understand further lectures. Here, my goal is that to create a login form. That means overall, I would like to demonstrate how to work with the forms in React. A form is meant for collecting information from the user, which includes form elements such as text box, checkbox, radio button, drop-down list, etc. And in React, we can use all HTML tags to create the form. But here the important point to understand is how will you bind the text box values to the properties of the component state. Let's try. Let me create a new component called login component. So right click on src folder, login.jsx, and we have a component called login. Import React and component from React module, and your render method renders something such as a div tag with login. And now I would like to render this particular login from the app.jsx file instead of rendering shopping cat component. Don't worry, we will invoke that customers list and shopping cat component later when we go to the routing section. So for time being, after the navbar, I would like to render login, which can be imported from login.jsx file. So import login from login.jsx. And by the way, we have commented out all the console.log messages in all the lifecycle methods that are demonstrated in the previous section. Okay, now switch to login.jsx file. Here, I would like to use HTML and Bootstrap to create the login form. I want a Bootstrap box with 9 columns and a heading called login with margin top as well as padding and border bottom, which is rendered like this. And below the heading, I would like to place the email and password text boxes. So update react.component as just component, as we have imported component earlier. And also in app.jsx file, comment out this shopping cart component import statement, as we don't require it for time being. And now in the login.jsx file, create a div tag with form group class as suggested by Bootstrap. A Bootstrap form group represents a set of label and a text box that represents a specific field, and you would like to place a label that horizontally occupies 4 columns in a row, that is email, and you wish to create actual text box by using input type equal to text, and apply the CSS class name as form control, and input is unpaired tag. For clarity, let me add comment where email starts, and comments look like this in React, where it is the JavaScript comment along with expression, and here email ends. So this is your email. And similarly, let's apply the same for password, and input type equal to password, and the label is password. So when you run this, you can see email and password text boxes in the form. But here the question is, how will you bind these text box values to the respective state properties? First, let us create necessary state properties to store the email and password values. There are 2 ways to initialize a state, right? One is that you can directly write like state equal to object, as we did earlier. The another recommended way is that initialize the state in the constructor. But in case of constructor, you must call the parent class constructor as a first statement by using super keyword. This will receive the props which are supplied by the React and pass the same to the parent class, that is component class, so that overall the properties get initialized in the current working class object, that is login. So here you should write like this dot state is equal to your state object, and here you require 2 properties called email and password to store or represent the actual value of the text boxes, and I am initializing them with empty quotes, that is empty string. Now I would like to bind these particular values into the corresponding text box. So let us write value. Actually, in the value, whatever the value that you gave, that gets appear in the text box. For example, if you try giving ABC, the same value as it is appears in the corresponding text box. But alternatively, you want to fetch the value from the state property, isn't it? So that is the reason you have to bind it through a React expression and assign the value of this dot state dot value, that is this dot state dot email. So it reads up the value of the email from the state and assign the same into the corresponding value property of the text box. Similarly, let's assign the same into value of the password text box. So value equal to this dot state dot password. And for understanding, let's initialize the email and password properties with some default values such as abc@test.com and password, for example, abc123. So if we can see these values in the browser, that means it is working correctly. As you can see, The state values have been displayed in the text box because we have assigned the values of the state into the value property of the text box. So this is how will you bind the text box values from the state while working with the React form. But in the browser console, it shows a warning, but it is not an error. That is, failed prop type, that is, you provided a value prop to a form field without onChange handler. That means it is trying to explain that in order to enable two-way binding, we have to add onChange event in the input field. We will solve it in the next lecture by enabling two-way binding. The problem with React is it supports only one-way binding but doesn't support two-way binding directly. That means you can actually bind the state into the text box but not in reverse by default. So there is no out-of-box supports that automatically retrieves the value of the text box into the state. So only it is one-way binding. Wherever or whenever you update the value of the state, it gets automatically updated into the text box. For example, if you try using setState and update the value of email, automatically the updated value gets reflected in the text box but not reverse. So reverse must be done manually by identifying the changes in the text box by using onChange event and update the state manually by calling setState method. In that way, the React developer can achieve the two-way binding even though two-way binding is not supported out of the box. Let's see how to do it. So, in the input tag, that is the email text box, you need to add a property called onChange. This event executes whenever change event occurs in the text box. That means as soon as the value has been changed in the text box. So, in this case, either you can write an arrow function directly inside the onChange, or you can call a method of the component. In this case, I prefer using an arrow function because we have only one statement to execute, so we don't require a separate method for that. So, I am creating an arrow function, and in order to get the latest value of the text box, we use the synthetic event, that is event parameter that is supplied by the browser automatically for all the event handlers, and access the event.target.value. So here event is the synthetic parameter that is supplied by browser automatically that contains additional details about the current working event. For more information, you can refer to any JavaScript tutorial. That event synthetic parameter is supplied for all the event handlers by default. So, based on that synthetic event, you are accessing target.value that automatically represents the latest updated value of the text box. So, you need to update the same to the state property, that is email property here. But can we assign the value directly by using state.email equal to something? No, it is not recommended, right? Except in the constructor, in nowhere else you should assign the value directly into the state property. But alternatively, always we have to use setState method in order to update the value into the state. So here you are updating the email property as event.target.value so that the updated value of the text box gets updated in the state.email property. And let me close the parenthesis here. And let me close another brace. Yes, so this must work. Let's check it. As of now, whenever you update the value of the text box, automatically this particular latest value, whatever you type here, will be automatically updated into the email property of the state. In order to ensure the same, in the same arrow function, I am writing another statement, that is console.log of this.state.email. So as you can check here, as soon as you type something here, for example, I am trying to type XYZ and click the cursor outside. So you can see the latest value has been updated into the email property. And notice that setState method is asynchronous. So we are not sure that the next statement, that is console.log statement, will execute only after updating the state, since the setState method is asynchronous. So let's clear the browser console and let's try to type something, for example ABCD. You are not seeing the lastly printed message, that is ABCD here, because setState method is by default asynchronous. You don't need to really worry about this. It's a default behavior in React. But still, if you have a doubt in that, you can explicitly add a button and explicitly identify the value of state.email. So let's remove the console.log statement from this arrow function, and below the text box, let me add a button with class name btn and btn primary as per Bootstrap. And we have something called login button. And when the user clicks on this login button, we are calling a method called onLoginClick. So when the user clicks on the login button, we are executing a method called onLoginClick that must be present in the same component. This is end of render method. So let me add that onLoginClick method, that is an arrow function. This executes when the user clicks on login. And here we are printing the latest value of the state, that is this.state. And now have a look in the output. So suppose I update something in the email, let's say xyz@something.com. As soon as we have updated the value of the text box, this particular value gets updated or refreshed in the corresponding state.email property because of onChange event. It's because we are using setState method in the onChange event of the email text box. But we have not added onChange event for the second text box, that is password. So password will not be updated when the text box is changed. Let's clear the browser console and click on the login button. As you can see, email has been changed, but password has not updated. This value ABC123 has been initialized in the beginning, that is in the constructor itself. So now we are sure that because of onChange event in the text box, we are able to get the latest value of the text box into the state. So let's repeat the same thing, that is onChange event, for the password text box also. Let's copy paste onChange into password text box and simply update the property name of the state, that is password. So let's verify this output. Now that error has been cleared out, of course. So try to update something, for example scott@test.com, and password is scott123. So we have updated both values. And we are sure that as soon as you modify something in the text box, that particular value gets updated into the corresponding state property, whereas the first text box value into state.email and second text box value into state.password. This update will not wait for login button click. That means even though we don't click on the button, the values gets updated into the state property all the time. Because we have updated the state.property value in the onChange event but not in the click event. So we are using the click event only for getting us know that the value has been updated. So let's click on login button now. You can see the latest value of the text boxes are visible in the state. That is scott@test.com and password scott123. This is how you manually create the two-way binding in React. Whereas if you compare the same thing in Angular kind of frameworks, Angular by default supports two-way binding, whereas React by default supports one-way binding, that is state to form element, but not reverse, where React developer manually should update the state through onChange event of the form element. So we have to repeat this onChange event for each and every form element, not only for text boxes, but also for a checkbox, ready button, or any other form element. But in case if you have additional logic to perform in the onChange event, alternatively, you can make this as a separate method in the component, and in that method you can write the same statement, that is this.state, along with your additional logic to execute. For example, every time when the text box value has been changed, you want to make a HTTP request to server. So you can do that by calling another method for the onChange event. This is how you create two-way binding in React. Suppose the requirement is that when the user clicks this login button, you want to check whether the email and password is correct and show the feedback to the user saying that either successful login or invalid login. So when the user clicks on the submit button, you can access the updated values of the text box that are entered by user by using this.state.email and this.state.password. While writing the code in the button, you need not worry how to get the values from the actual text boxes, because in the onChange event of the text box, we are already updating the state so that you can access the latest value of the text box in the button click method itself. So in the login.jsx file, for the div tag, let me add text right to display the button right side. And already we have onClick event for the button that calls onLoginClick method that is written here. And also in the state, let me make the email and password as empty string, because we don't want to see the default values in the text boxes of login form. And now in the login click method, let's write your logic. For example, if this.state.email is equal to some dummy email, for example, admin@gmail.com or admin@test.com, and password is admin123, for example. Of course, this is a dummy example. We are not connecting to any database in this application as of now. We will learn to make HTTP requests in the further sections, but for a time being, we are checking some dummy email and dummy password. So if both email and password are matching, then we have to show a success message to the user. Otherwise, some error message to user. In order to show a message to user, what we have to do, since we cannot show directly on the web page, we have to create a property called message, for example, and update your message into that message property and then render the message property somewhere near the button. Let's try. Let me go to the constructor and in the state of the component, let me add a property called message. By default, it is empty string, that is empty quotes. And after that, let me update that message property after clicking off the button. So, in case of success, message assigns to some value, for example, successfully logged in. And I wish the same should be in a green color. So instead of a plain string, let me add a span with the class name, that is text success. That means green color as per Bootstrap. And in case of error, let me update the message as invalid login. And that should be appear in red color. That means as per Bootstrap recommendation, it is text danger class. So at the time of application launching, by default, message is empty string. User types something in the text box, and because of on change, the value gets updated in the corresponding property of the state, that is either into email or password, depending on the text box. So user updates the email and that gets updated in the state.email. User types something in the password that gets updated in the password property of the state. And finally, he clicks on the button. It calls onLoginClick method. By the time, already state.email and state.password contains the updated values of the text box that are entered by user. So directly you can access the updated values of the text box by using this.state.email and this.state.password. Then you are checking them with some dummy email and password. And if the condition is true, you are assigning successful login span tag into message property of the state, otherwise invalid login. Sorry, I must be using setState method, right? So setState, message property, like this. And similarly in the below statement also, this.setState of the message property that assigns to the span tag. So this is the correct code. Let's check this out. Oops, there is an error, invalid DOM property class. So for the div tag, we are using class instead of class name. It must be class name, right? And also it is recommended to use triple equal to instead of double equal to for comparison. Of course, it is not must to use, but React by default shows a warning that recommends you to use triple equal to. I think you know that triple equal to checks the value as well as type, whereas double equal to checks only the value but not the type. Here, email and password are by default string type, and the value that you mentioned in quotes is also string type. So triple equal to checks both type and value at both operands. Anyways, let's check the output finally. Suppose I am typing some wrong email and wrong password. Click on login. As you can see, the latest values are visible in the console that is updated from the text boxes. But we have to render the message, then only it's visible to the user, right? So near the button, I am rendering the message by using this.state.message. And I would like to show this message before the button, isn't it? So let me place it before the button. So we are rendering the message before the button. And for the button, there must be a margin, for example, M1. Let's recheck it. Again, I am trying to type some wrong email address and wrong password. Click on login. So it shows correct message, that is invalid login. And after that, trying to type some correct email address, that is admin@test.com, and password is admin123. Click on login. As you can see, it shows successful message. Here, the message property holds a reference to the React element that represents the span tag. So as you can see, the type is a span. This is how you create simple form in React. AJAX is a technique to send HTTP request in background and get the response from the server in background without refreshing the web page. First, user performs some activity such as clicking the button. Then browser sends a background HTTP request to server. The server receives the request, process the request such as connecting to database, and send the response back to the browser. So the browser executes some code or function in the client side. This is how a web page interacts with the server in these days. To create the server-side program, you can use any server technology such as ASP.NET MVC or ASP.NET Web API or Node.js or Python or Java or any other equivalent. But in this course, instead of connecting to real database, we are using a third-party package called JSON server, which makes a JSON file as a database. Here, JSON server is extremely helpful that act as a fake REST API server which receive the request, process the request, and send the response back to the browser. In fact, JSON server helps UI developers to quickly interact with the server without needing to create separate server-side program either by using Node.js or Java or Python. Let me demonstrate JSON server. Open the command prompt window and install a package called JSON server and install it globally by using -G. After that, you need to create a folder to place your database file. Here, the JSON file acts as a database. We have a folder called C:\data, and in this folder, let me create a JSON file that acts as a database. So, switch back to Visual Studio Code. Go to File menu, New File, and save the file. And in the Save As dialog box, select the folder C:\data and specify the file name as react-db.json. So this file acts as a database for you. As per the rules of JSON server package, you must have a JSON object that contains your array that acts as a database table. For example, I would like to serve a set of products. So the array name is products, and it is an array which contains a set of products which includes ID, product name, price, and quantity. Similarly, you can add any number of products, but already in the shopping cart component, we have a set of products, right? So I am copying and pasting the same array into this particular JSON file. And we have to add double quotes for each property name also, like this. So this particular file, that is react-db.json file, acts as a database by JSON server package. So switch back to the command prompt window and enter the command JSON-server And what is your name of the database file? That is react-db.json file. And in order to keep the file watch for file changes, add the option --watch. And also specify the port number as wish, for example, --port equal to 5000. So at port number 5000, JSON server has been started, and you must be able to see this URL called localhost 5000 products. If you copy paste this particular URL in the browser, you must be able to see the list of products that are present in the JSON file. So we have to make the same kind of request asynchronously through code. In order to make HTTP request from the React, you can use either JavaScript Fetch API and another third-party package called Axios. But in this course, Fetch API is being used. Fetch API is one of the standardized API in JavaScript to make HTTP requests. It can be used as alternative to XML HTTP request, which was used earlier. For more information about Fetch API, you can use the website called javascript.info. So instead of having the list of products directly initialized on the shopping cart component, let's make a request to the JSON server and get the list of products from that. So let me make this products array as empty. And as of now, it will not display any list of products. So let me switch to shopping cart component in app.jsx file. So in the app.jsx file, instead of rendering login component, let's render shopping cart component, which is imported from the shopping cart file. So now it renders shopping cart component, as you can see here. And now, because the array is empty, it shows nothing in the list of products. So I would like to fetch the same data from the JSON server. It is not recommended to make HTTP requests in the constructor of the component, but it is always advisable to make HTTP requests in the component didMount method. So go to the component didMount method of the shopping cart component. You can make a HTTP request by using fetch, and you can specify the URL to which you want to make a request. That is, as shown in the command prompt, it is HTTP localhost 5000 and products. So localhost 5000/products. For this URL, you are making a GET request. Yes, by default it makes a GET request. Optionally, you can specify the request type as GET request by writing method equal to GET. And by default, this fetch method returns a JavaScript promise, and you can receive the same into a variable based on which you can subscribe to promise, and you can pass an arrow function. As soon as the response is received from this particular URL, this particular arrow function will be executed, where the actual response from the server will be received as a parameter in this particular arrow function. So let me show the same response in the console. Here, the method called then is used to subscribe to the promise. That means as soon as the promise is resolved, it is ready to call this particular arrow function which is supplied here, and the actual response value will be received into this parameter. That parameter name can be anything. And then you are displaying the same response in the console.log. Now let me show the same. Every time when you run this application, the browser makes a HTTP request to the particular products. So I just refresh the page. Apart from all other requests, as you can see, it makes a request to products. So the full URL is http localhost 5000/products, and we made get request, and the response status code is 200, which indicates that successful response. And if you click on response tab, you can see the actual response received from the server. So I would like to convert the same response into object array format from JSON and assign the same into products array. See, by default it is in JSON format. We have to convert the same into products array. To convert the same into JSON format, we can call a method called JSON, and it returns another promise. And let us subscribe to the same promise by using then. So this particular array function will be executed as soon as the response has been converted from JSON format into JavaScript array. So this array function will be executed after converting the JSON into object array, and this array function receives the list of products as an array of objects in JavaScript. So let me print the same in the console.log. So console.log of products. As you can see, after receiving the response from the server like this, the same has been converted into object array format from JSON, and the same is visible in the console.log. So the one what you're going to see here is that JavaScript array. Now I would like to finally assign this into this.state.products. And how will you update the state? So this.setState, I would like to update the value of products equal to the products parameter which is received from the array function. For avoiding the confusion, I am writing short name PRODS, that means products. Here, products is the name of the property of the state, and PRODS is the name of the parameter that is received after converting from JSON into object array. So, as you can see here, the list of products loaded from the HTTP request have been assigned into products, and as soon as you assign something into the state, the render method will be re-executed, right? So at the initial run of the render method, the products array is empty, so the map method doesn't execute even once. But after receiving the response from the server, since you are calling setState method, the component leads to update phase. So during that update phase, the same render method re-executes, right? So at that moment, the products array has been assigned to an array so that the map method executes once for each product. In that way, you can see the updated output here. This is how to fetch the data from JSON server. But isn't it complicated to use two promises and two subscriptions and two array functions which is nested? In order to solve this problem practically, JavaScript offers Async and Await concept. So with Async and Await, the same process can be done more easily with simplified syntax. Async and Await uses promises internally, but really makes it easy to write the code. For example, instead of using then here, you can use something called await, then promise. That means after resolving the promise, this particular await will be satisfied and the actual response will be returned into the specified variable at the left hand side. So you need not write all this then function here. And moreover, instead of receiving the promise into a separate variable and then writing the await on the next line, you can write the same await keyword on the left hand side for the fetch so that directly you can receive the response and print the same on the next line. So this particular subsequent statement after the await will be executed after receiving the response from the server. So step 1, we are making a request by using fetch. And what kind of request we are making? Get request. After receiving the response from the server, this particular await keyword receives the response and assigns the same into the variable that is present at the left hand side. And after resolving, that means after receiving the response only, the subsequent statements in the same function will be executed. Meanwhile, all the remaining statements will be waiting, that means will be holded. So let's check on the browser console. It is showing an error saying that cannot use keyword called await outside the async function. It says that the await keyword can be used only inside the async function. The async function says that the function must be executed asynchronously, unlike regular functions. So, while creating the component didMount method, convert the same into async function by keeping the async keyword. So let's try again. Now you can see the response from the server. So here response is by default an object that contains properties such as body, OK, status, status text, etc. But we are not interested to see all these details, but we want to see the actual response that is available in the response.body. But the response.body is by default of readable stream type. So we have to convert this readable stream into actual response, that is actual object. So in order to read the data from the readable stream and convert the same into object array format, we have to use another promise called response.json. So the response.json method reads the data from the readable stream. First it gets the data in the form of JSON, and after that the same JSON will be converted into a JavaScript array, and finally it gives you the data in the form of object array in JavaScript that can be assigned into your regular variable, for example products. So to do all this process, it has a promise and we have to subscribe to the same by using await. So wherever you want to subscribe to a promise, we can use await. So these subsequent statements execute after successfully converting the response body into object array. Let me display the same product's value in the console.log. So as you can see now, the data is available in the form of object array, which is ready to assign into the state. Still, the output doesn't show anything because the state.products is still an empty array. So we have to assign this array into the state by using setState method. So this .setState products is equal to the variable called PRODS, that is products in short. So once the function has been converted into async, you can use the await any number of times. That means you can use await only inside the async function. The difference between async and await function is that The async function says that the function executes asynchronously. That means some of these statements may wait until the promise has been completed, and after completion of the promise only the subsequent methods should be executed. For example, by calling the fetch method, we are creating a promise, and after completion of the promise, that means after receiving the response from the server, then only the value gets assigned into the response variable and it proceeds to the subsequent statements. And similarly, we have another promise executed by response.json function, and after completion of the response body into object array format, then that particular value will be assigned into the products variable, which is later being assigned into the state. So definitely async and await is a better way of writing the code for working with the promise by using fetch API. In this lecture, successfully we are assigning the data into products array so that you can see all the list of products loaded from the database server, that is JSON server in this case. Let's convert this static email and password into dynamic by using JSON server. That means I would like to make a HTTP request in case of login click, and based on the response I would like to determine whether it is successful login or invalid login. So switch to app.jsx file. Instead of shopping cart component, let's render login component and import login from login.jsx file and go to react.db.json file. To store the list of users, let me add another array in the db.json file, that is users, along with email and password values. For example, we have two users called Scott and Ellen. Scott at gmail.com and Scott123, or Scott at test.com. And every object must be having a property called ID as per the recommendations of JSON server. It must be a unique number. So we have two users called Scott and Ellen in the users array inside your db.json file. Make sure the JSON server is running and it shows two URLs now, that is localhost 5000 products and users. So you need to make request to this particular URL for the login form and pass the email and password as query string parameters. Then it checks for the matching values and only returns the matching objects instead of passing all as response. So now switch back to the login.jsx file, and I'm trying to use async and await here. So that is, first convert this function into async function so that you are eligible to use await keyword here, where response equal to await fetch of the URL, that is localhost 5000/users, and you have to concatenate your email and password values from the state. For easier concatenation, let me use backtick operator in ECMAScript so that you can concatenate the email and password easily. That is, email equal to, you can interpolate the email value by using dollar and then braces and supply the actual value. So in this place, the actual value from the state.email will be substituted. So overall, it means that the JSON server should return the data from the user's array only when the email is matching with the supplied value. But we have to check the password also, right? To supply another parameter, we use ampersand in the query string and supply the another parameter name, that is password, and fill the actual value, that is state.password. So we are trying to make a GET request for this particular URL, and it returns the corresponding user object that is matching with the specified email and password. If the email and password doesn't match, it returns an empty array. So after receiving the response from the server, the response will be assigned into the response variable, and after that the subsequent statement will be continued. But you need to read the response body, convert the JSON object into a JavaScript object by using response.json method. After successfully converting the JSON object into a JavaScript object or JavaScript array, this particular promise will be resolved. So that is the reason we are using await keyword here. Now the body variable represents the actual response body that is received from the server. Now we have to check the condition, that is, if some body is received, that means at least one object is received, then we have to say that it is successful login. In case if the array is empty array, it means it is invalid login. For information, let me print the console.log of body so that you can see the response body in the console. Let's run this application. Make sure the JSON server is running in background. I am entering some wrong email and wrong password and click on login. And this is the response body, that is empty array, since the email and password is invalid. But it shows successfully logged in because we have to check the length of the array. So if the response body length is greater than 0, that means at least one object is found in the array, then only it has to say successful, otherwise invalid. Now I am entering the wrong email address and wrong password again. Click on login. You got the same response since the email and password doesn't match on the database.json file. So this time it shows invalid login message. But next time I am trying to enter scott@test.com and scott123. Then click on login. It says successfully logged in because this time the response body is an array with one object. That is the data loaded from the database.json file. So since there is at least one object, the if condition is true. So since the if condition is true here, we are updating the successful login message in the message property. So it shows the correct output here. This is how to make your login form dynamic by making HTTP request. And in case if you want to retrieve the data conditionally or unconditionally, we have to use GET request. For inserting the data into server, we use POST request. For updation of data on the server, we use PUT request. And for deletion of the data from the server, we use DELETE request. And when we use all these types of requests, that is GET, POST, PUT and DELETE, that is called RESTful service or RESTful implementation. That is why we call it as RESTful services. Routing is a mechanism that maps between a component and URL. For example, it maps like whenever the URL is /dashboard, I would like to open the dashboard component in this place. So let us learn how to do it. First, switch to app.jsx file. In this case, I would like to make one more component, that is dashboard component. And the dashboard component should be opened after successful login. So let me create a new file called dashboard.jsx, and let's create a dashboard component. And I would like to invoke this particular dashboard component in the app.jsx file. So as of now, instead of login, I am trying to invoke the dashboard component and import dashboard from dashboard.jsx file, and it's working here. But the same should run through routing. In order to work with the React routing, we need a package called React Router DOM. So switch to command prompt and locate your application folder, that is C:\react my first app, and install a package called React Router DOM and add --save so that this particular package name gets added into the package.json file. After installing the package, import all the components that are necessary for routing. That includes login form and shopping cart and also the customers list. And then import route from router package. Now import browser router from React Router DOM. Now instead of rendering react.fragment, render something called browser router, which helps us to render any one of the routes available, or in other words, browser router enables routing in our entire application. And first you are rendering the navbar, that means the navigation bar. After that, any one of dashboard, shopping cart and customers should run, right? So place something called route and specify the path. So you need to map for which path which component should be executed. For example, in case if the path is equal to slash and exactly it is equal to slash, in that case you want to execute the component called login component. Initially the URL will be slash, so that automatically it picks up login. Let's run this. As you can see, the empty URL, that is localhost 3000, is understood as slash. So this URL is equivalent to slash. In that case, the login component executed on the screen. Similarly, we can add necessary routes for other pages such as dashboard, shopping cart and customers. So in case if the URL is dashboard, component is dashboard component, and for customers component, that is customers list component, and if the URL is cart, then the component should be shopping cart component. The property called exact is optional, but it enables us to render the component only if the URL is exact match. If you don't add exact, for example, if I remove exact for the cart, for all the URLs that begins with cat, it renders the shopping cart component. For example, even if the URL is cat/something, in that case also the shopping cart component will be executed. To avoid such a situation, we use something called exact as a property for every route. So let's run this. So in case of slash login component, in case of dashboard component, and in case of cat, shopping cart component, and in case of customers component is working. So based on the URL changes, the corresponding page or component gets opened. Here, each component acts as a page, or you can say it's a part of the page. Because in the whole app component, we are loading a component that is any one of these components depending on the URL. So this is the routing that we have created, which maps for each URL a specific component. But what if the user has entered a different URL which does not exist at all? For example, he is typing something like this, which does not exist at all in our routing configuration. In that case, apart from the navbar, it renders nothing, because this particular URL doesn't match with any one of the routes that is defined in the app.jsx file. So for that case, you can define another component, and that is called 404 page or 404 component. You can really give it any name. So let's create a new file, that is nomatchpage.jsx, and let's create a component, that is nomatchpage, and some text like page not found. So I would like to execute this particular page whenever the user has entered a wrong URL. In that case, go to app.jsx and specify the path as star, means asterisk, which matches with any other URL other than the above mentioned. In short, asterisk indicates all, so it matches with anything. And for this, we cannot add exact, because it should match with any URL, not only just asterisk. And specify the component name as nomatchpage, which can be imported from nomatchpage.jsx. And now, whenever the user has entered some wrong URL, something like this, it automatically opens the nomatch page after the navbar. Always navbar is constant because we have rendered it outside the routing. So always it renders navbar unconditionally, and any one of the routes execute based on the URL. But there is a practical problem here. Suppose if the URL is customers, of course it renders the customers page, but after that, at the end, it is even rendering the no match page, which you don't expect. It's because the URL customers even matching with this asterisk. So since asterisk matches with all URLs, it always renders the no match page even for above URLs, that is dashboard, customers and cat. So overall your goal is that you want to execute either of these only, you don't want to execute multiple. For that case, we use something called switch. I will be demonstrating switch in the next lecture. So we need to keep all these routes inside the switch tag so that any one of the routes only will execute at any cost. No routes will execute at a time. Now we got an error saying that switch is not defined. So let's import switch from React router. Now, as you can see, if the URL is customers, it loads the customers page, but no match page doesn't execute unlike earlier. In the same way, if the URL is cat, only it executes the shopping cat component, no match page doesn't execute. And in the same way, dashboard and login pages are working. Only when the URL is unknown, that means other than the specified routes, in that case only no matching page executes. That is the use of the switch. So switch ensures that any one of the routes only will execute. In no case, multiple components will execute. Now I would like to create the navigation links in the navigation bar for dashboard, customers, and shopping cat. So switch to the navbar.jsx file. Already we are placing something called home inside the navbar. So let me make it as login. And instead of using the A tag, we have to use something called the link tag in order to create the hyperlink for React router. So why not the HTML anchor tag? Why should we use the link tag? Because the browser makes a request to server as soon as the user clicks on the hyperlink. But we should not make a request, right? Alternatively, we have to load the component in the same page, then only this application can be single page application. So, in order to avoid sending a request to server, but alternatively, React has to handle that routing and load the corresponding component into the switch. For this case, we use link. But what are the classes that can be used on the regular hyperlink tag? All of those CSS classes can be applicable even for link, so that you can assume your link tag as anchor tag of HTML. But instead of writing the address in the href attribute, we have to write the same in the to. So instead of a href, you are writing link to. And here you will specify the actual URL, that means the route path. That route path should match with these route paths that are defined in the switch. For example, you want to create hyperlink to login, so it must be slash. So in the navbar, I am writing link to slash and specify the CSS class name nav-link just for styling purpose. Similarly, let's repeat the same syntax for all the remaining hyperlinks, that is customers, shopping cat, and also dashboard. Let me place the dashboard at the first and fill the URLs as /dashboard, /customers, /cat. So this path must match with the path that you mentioned in the app.jsx file. And also we have to import link from router. So import link from React-router. Sorry, it is React Router DOM. So these are the hyperlinks that are created here. Let's run this. As you can see, you click on login, dashboard, customers, shopping cat, all are working fine. And there is a styling issue here. All the hyperlinks are by default rendered line by line. In order to make them horizontal, we have to place this inside the LA tag, right? So let me place this link tag inside the LA tag with the class name nav-item, and after that open another LA tag. Let me repeat the same for all. Now it's correctly placed. Now as you can see, login, dashboard, customers, shopping cart is working. When the user clicks on any of these router links, browser doesn't make any request, but alternatively, React handles that route path, and based on the path that is mentioned in the app.jsx file, the corresponding component gets loaded inside the switch place. So in that way, first navbar be constant, and after that, any one of these selected components will be executed. And let's go to login.jsx file. Let me remove this class name called lg9, and also customers list.jsx file. This is fine. And then shopping cart component. Remove this class name called container fluid, and then product.jsx file. Here add div class equal to row and wrap the entire content inside this particular div tag. So close the div at the end of the render method. So now all the pages are working fine, that is login, dashboard, customers, shopping cart. Now switch back to app.jsx file. Place a div tag with class name container fluid and place this div tag before the switch. That means place the switch tag inside the container fluid. So as per the recommendations of Bootstrap, container fluid is required in order to make the content look center of the page and avoid the alignment issues. And then go to product component. Here avoid placing row and delete the corresponding closing tag. Alright. Now the login page, dashboard, customers, shopping cart, all the components are working fine. But to be frank, this is not enough for building real-world React applications. You will really require to know the functional components and also advanced concepts such as Redux. And that is where you will check out my full course on Udemy, that is Complete React Ultimate Guide. In this course, we are going to build the full-fledged e-commerce application along with Redux, Redux Toolkit, Router, and Bootstrap. In this Udemy course, we are going to learn the complete React with class components as well as functional components. For example, if you can check this section of course project with hooks, here we are going to learn various hooks such as use state, use effect, validations, use callback, and many more advanced features of React hooks. And importantly, context API. And additionally, in this course, we are going to learn Redux, React Redux, Redux Thunk, Redux Promise, Redux Saga, and many more latest features. And moreover, in order to properly understand all these concepts of React and Redux, one should have the proper knowledge on JavaScript concepts, especially functions and objects. So in this Udemy course, we have provided the prerequisites of JavaScript, that is JavaScript functions and objects, and also ECMAScript 2015 classes. So even though you have less or basic knowledge on JavaScript, you need not worry. In this Udemy course, we have covered all the basic concepts of JavaScript that are necessary to understand this React and Redux. And this is the advanced version of e-commerce application that we are going to build in the Udemy course. See, after entering the essential email and password, we have the dashboard page where the user can see his previous orders and the products in the cart. From there, he can buy the product or delete the item in the cart. And if you click on the store page, you can see all the available products. You can filter out them, the products and brands which you don't want. You can select a particular product and add to cart, and the same is visible in the cart itself. And from there, you can either buy or delete. So this is the application that we are going to build with React hooks in the Udemy course.